We'll call our meeting to order. First thing we have is our gentleman back here running our technical equipment for us has had a little boy. Is that correct, Dennis?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that is true. My wife and I, we had a baby boy on November 4th, early in the morning, and it was pretty great experience.
Good. Did you have a photo? Oh, okay. Okay, committee, let's get started here. Find my agenda sheet. First item we have is the education consensus caseload estimates, and we'll start out with Gabrielle, the analyst from the Kansas Legislative Research. Gabrielle, welcome committee.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, committee. As the Chair mentioned, my name is Gabrielle Hull. I'm a fiscal analyst with Legislative Research. You should have a gold sheet from me today. The consensus group for education consists of our office, KLRD, the Department of Education, and the Division of Budget. And we met on October 26th of this year to revise our estimate for fiscal year 2023 and then to produce estimates for 24 and 25. Beginning with fiscal year 2023, the revised estimate is $5.5 billion, including $4.4 billion SGF. That's an all funds decrease of $70.2 million and an SGF decrease of $65.3 million below the fiscal year 2023 approved amount. As in most cases, the decrease is primarily attributable to our adjustment in state foundation aid. Part of that decrease was the weighted FTE not being quite as high as we estimated. For funding purposes, school districts can utilize the previous year's enrollment or the 2 prior years, whichever is higher. And in previous years, they've had those pre-COVID enrollment numbers to include, and those years have now dropped off. So we're seeing that decreased enrollment impact in fiscal year 23, but do anticipate that coming back up. There are some other adjustments. I won't go through each of them, but I'm happy to take questions. I'll draw your attention. Capital outlay is up due to property valuation. Capital improvement state aid did decrease due to the continuation of more bonds being moved onto the lower state rate. And CAPERS does have an increase for CAPERS USDs, which is partially offset by a decrease for non-USDs. The increase for the USDs is partially attributable to those increases we saw in salary for retention pay during COVID. We do expect that to start tapering off as COVID funding is spent down. Moving to fiscal year 2024, our estimate is $5.5 billion, including $4.4 billion SGF. That's an all funds increase of $48.3 million and an SGF increase of $21.6 million above the fiscal year 2023 revised estimate. That increase is again primarily attributable to state foundation aid. The increase in state foundation aid is really coming from the increase in base state aid due to inflation. Many of you will recall beginning in school year 2023 through 24, the base will be adjusted by the average percent increase in the consumer price index for all urban consumers in the Midwest, or the CPIU Midwest, and that impacted our base state aid. We are estimating for fiscal year 24 a base amount of $5,103, which is just slightly above our original estimate. The LOB did decrease below the fiscal year 23 estimate, but we did not make any changes since our last consensus meeting on that number. Other adjustments include, again, an increase in the 20 mills, similar to fiscal year 2023, and then an increase in the mineral production fund, which is tied to severance tax. Again, CAPERS does continue to see that increase, partially attributable to that continuation of increased pay during COVID, you'll see that start to drop off in fiscal year 2025. Finally, fiscal year 2025, our estimate is 5.7 billion, including 4.5 billion SGF. That's an all funds increase of 164.6 million and an SGF increase of 161.7 million above the fiscal year 2024 estimate. Again, the increase is primarily attributable to state foundation aid. And again, it's primarily due to that base state aid increase using the Midwest CPIU inflation rate. You'll also see some LOB growth in that year that is tied to the base growth. And lastly, there's a CAPERS decrease of about 25.3 million, and that is showing that ESSER will largely be spent down in that time, and we'll start to see those salaries drop off. And I can take questions at this time.
Thank you, Gabrielle. Questions? Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What year is the high density at risk scheduled to come off? Is that reflected in here, and how much is it?
It is reflected in our estimate. It'll sunset in current law in fiscal year 2024. So we did factor that into the impact on the weighted FTE.
And how much was it?
I believe our decrease was just over 70 million, but we can get you a more I think it was 76 million.
Thank you.
Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know we've had a lot of debate about special ed funding and excess cost, and that amount is the same in 23, 24, 25, but I notice the percent is going down. Is that just an assumption we keep that amount the same?
So we did, and we have in the past kept that flat largely for the out years. Some of the adjustment in the percent excess cost is other impacts. So we will start to see COVID funding drop off. There was dedicated funding for special education that KSD put aside for special education in COVID funding. The only adjustment you'll see on there is in fiscal year 23. There was a reappropriation, but it has been our practice to keep those relatively flat.
And then I had one other question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
And I'm not sure this is the appropriate place to ask it. I've heard from my district and some of the other districts some frustration in terms of how what we did with the at-risk funding has taken away some of the flexibility to actually use that fund as at least the district had hoped they could use it to meet the needs of students. And I don't know that you can speak to that, but that's probably something we need to talk about as the budget unfolds next year. If that's the best way we could do that. I'm sure there were good intentions, but at least what I'm hearing from several of my districts is that it isn't working out that way. I don't know if other legislators have heard that, and I don't know that you even want to speak to that. You can if you wish. But
I don't have any additional insight on that. We could certainly work with the agency to get some more information on what they've heard from districts, but I don't at this time have any additional insight.
Other questions? Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if you have this or not, but do you have the actual number of students per year?
I can get a head count enrollment sent out to the committee. I don't have it with me currently.
That would be good to see, kind of track the decline that we're talking about and what your estimation is post-COVID about the numbers coming back. Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Other questions? See none. Thank you, Gabrielle. Next, we will have consensus revenue estimates. J.G. Scott, Director of Legislative Research. Welcome, committee, J.G.
Good morning, committee. It's always good to be in front of you as long as you don't have any questions. But to answer one question, I do happen to have the FTE enrollments for students. And in 22, it was 470,447. Our consensus is at 458, 570. And then in 24, it's 461,300. And then in 25, it's 462,900.
JG, so you said that started out in 22 at 407,000? 477?
I just put it's 400, excuse me, it was 470,447.
470, and then the next year was 458, 570?
Correct.
And then the last year was 462, 900.
And that was, yeah, for 25.
So
So
we're,
it went 470, 458, 461, and 463.
and the first year was 22, or?
Correct.
So between 22 and 23, we've lost approximately 12,000?
About between what years?
22 and 23, 470 to 458?
Yep.
Roughly 11,500, 12,000?
Approximately 11,878.
And then you're looking at it to go back up a little?
Correct. Just slow increase going back up.
Why, how are we estimating that? I mean, it seems to me like we went down considerably and now we're going to start eking back up.
Yeah, Gabby would probably be better to answer this, but I'll attempt it. When we had COVID, we had the enrollment start to drop off from 2020, 21, 22. And then we're saying that we believe that that's going to then level off and then start to increase back, similar to how it had been previous to COVID. So we think we're kind of at that trough. We think there'll be a few more people coming in and enrolling in classes. But yeah, we think we're down at that bottom and then going to start that increase back as the normal trends had been prior to that.
Do you know, so COVID was 20, how low did we get? Is this 470 as low as we got?
No, we were lower. I don't have,
Just curious, if
yeah, I don't believe
bottom was 20 and maybe Gabrielle could get them
that
for us.
information. Yeah, I just don't have that with me.
Just curious to how we're trending. Any other questions? Please proceed.
Just to let everybody know, we're not doing very good with the question part. Okay, on to our consensus forecast. The CRE, we met on November 9th. We adjusted the 23 estimate, so we had estimated the 23 in April of last year, of last fiscal year. And then it was adjusted for all of the legislation that passed. So what we're showing here is an increase from those legislative adjusted totals. And then we made the first estimate for 2024. The increase in 2023 was a total of $794.2 million increase in the current year. That was the all funds, all tax and other revenue included. Taxes only was $773 million. For FY '24, we had an increase of about 4.4%, but we'll go over that here in a little bit. The general forecast for 2023, the nominal U.S. GDP, so that is not inflation adjusted, so that's just the strict calculation of how much we are showing an increase. In April, we had estimated a 7.2% increase. For our revised estimate, we brought that up to 9.8%. And then and these are calendar years, calendar year 23, we estimated 5.2% in April. Now we increase that up to 6.1%. And then in calendar year 24, originally we had an estimated 4.4%, and now we have that increased to 5.6%. For nominal Kansas GDP, you're going to see very similar numbers. 22, it went from 7.2 to 9.8. 23, 5.2 to 6.1. And then 24, 4.4 to 5.6. We think we're going to be tracking with GDP very almost exactly with the US average. The item that did change substantially was our inflation. We use the CPI-U. For 22, we had originally estimated 4.6% in April. We have that going to 8.5% in 22. Original estimate for 23 was 3%, going to 5%, and in 24 from 2.3 to 4%. So we had some larger increases in inflation than we had originally thought, and at the time we thought that we had inflation fairly high, but it really spiked afterwards. We do think that for the current year things are pretty stable, and then for the out year we're projecting growth still, but we do have some concerns as we normally would. I mean, one of our concerns right now is really around inflation and any additional monetary tightening from the feds. And then we have our normal concerns that we have around healthcare costs and energy costs, tariffs, input costs, I mean, in energy and stuff. So we still have those concerns. We think that for fiscal year 24, while we do have the concerns, still are projecting growth. For personal income, for Kansas nominal personal income, we are matching up with our GDP estimates. Right now, exactly those same numbers, 7.2 to 9.8, and then from 22 to 23, from 9.8 to 6.1, and from the 6.1 in 23 to 5.6 in 24. The employment is still at a really low level. For the 22 estimate for calendar year 22, we had that dropping from 3.2 to 2.6%. For 23, we had estimated 3.2. We do have inflation, or the unemployment going up to 3.5 in 23, and in 24, a slight uptick again to 3.6. When we look back during the February to April timeframe of 2020, we lost a little over 157,000 jobs in Kansas. Since then, we've recovered about almost 83% of those jobs, but we're still having problems finding people to fill those jobs. We have more openings than we have people available. So we're looking at some struggles with filling those open positions. the real hourly earnings for Kansas workers dropped 4.3% through September. The nominal increase, non-inflation adjusted, just isn't keeping up with inflation. So that real is dropping while the actual increase is still going up. In the agriculture sector, we've seen some declines in 22, and it's really all around drought conditions and lack of rain in other places as well. So we just been able, we're not projecting that we're going to be able to keep up with that production as much as we would like, though it's still high. The cost of commodities is continuing to increase, but as most of you, I'm sure, already know, so are those input costs with fertilizer and energy inputs, going up substantially. We are projecting, though, for exports to be around that $5 billion, a little bit more, which is very similar to what we had last year. We're still hoping that it'll go up above those amounts. And then for oil and gas, we do have those increases. Just want to remind everybody that when we were looking at this, oil had spiked and gas had spiked. Since those spikes, it started to drop back down. I was just reading this morning where they're looking at West Texas Intermediate at around $78 a barrel right now. I think it might go back up, but so we're back down on a slope. Where we go is always a concern. We are expecting to produce about 27.5 million barrels by the end of the forecast period. We are still seeing declines in that production. For 23, we're estimating $78 a barrel for the Kansas crude, which is up about $1 a barrel. About half of what's actually produced is exempt from severance tax due to the different exemptions that we have for 23, and about 52% for 22, and then 52% for 23. For natural gas, we're forecasting taxable natural gas prices to move from $4.20 per 1,000 cubic feet up to $5.50. We're showing about an 18% and a 25% natural gas produced is expected to be exempt as well. For our interest, we're looking at considerable increases in those rates. The state earned 0.28% on the pooled money investment portfolio for 22. We're now projecting earnings at 3.69% for 23 and 4.48% for 24. So we're doing a considerable amount of increases. We did include all of the fiscal impacts for legislation. We continued those reductions, and it was mainly around the food sales tax reduction that goes from 6.5 to 4 to 2 down to 0. We also included the accelerator, the sales tax accelerator. We had to previously pay the large sales tax, had providers, they had to shift they were allowed to shift that prepayment. They paid 2 weeks, and then the remainder at the end of the fiscal year. They had a bill that you guys passed a bill last year that eliminated that. So it was a one-time adjustment. And then the other item that we did include in our forecast was with the Apex Panasonic bill being passed and signed, we did reduce collections in corporate for FY24 by $25 million. So that would be in effect for half a year. The full year impact would be about $50 million a year. We do have on page 4 all of the economic forecasts that we had talked about a little bit earlier. And then if we want to walk through the memo, we can do that, or we can just talk a little bit about the tables there at the end. But for FY23 overall, our receipts is about $9.7 billion, and that's that $794 million increase. The receipts, though, through October were $308.7 million above our estimate. Almost all of that was in tax collections. We're about $1.8 billion over our 22 actual receipts, but really want to stress that included in that was about $860, $870 million in one-time capers payment, and another $980 million in the stabilization fund. So those are the two major contributors to that large increase. If we look at taxes only, they went up about $300 million. And then in 24, we did increase totals by 4.4%. And that was about a 400, let me see here. About $424 million. If we want to turn to table 1, it's on page 9. We can see all of the estimates, and you'll see that we have individual income going up 5.5% in 23, and then 4% in 24. Withholding has been coming in pretty strong, so we're looking for that to continue, especially with inflation as it is. We're still projecting a fair amount of inflation in 24, so we're still showing a strong increase there. Corporate, we do have a reduction in the current year, and because of Apex, we do have, I believe it was about a $27 million reduction in the current year. And I don't know where I stuck it. And then an additional decrease in corporate income because of the corporate adjustment. And then I believe it was about $106 million-ish Apex reduction in 24. for in the tax credits, investment credits and such. Retail sales looks as though it's flat in '24, but that's because we did take out the reduction in FY '24 for the food sales tax reduction. Compensating use, we have around that 5%, and that accelerator was included as a reduction in here as well. The other really large adjustments is, as we had talked about, interest, going from $2.8 million in '23 up to $112 million in, $2.8 million in '22, $112 million in '23, and $205 million in 2024. And then in Table 2 on page 10, it does reflect the changes that we did make for each of the state general fund receipt categories. Individual went up 9.4%, $400 million. Corporate went up $123 million, almost 19%. Financial institutions, retail sales we had going up around 7%. So we did try to reflect all of those in the estimates. And I think if it's okay, I'll stand for questions there.
Thank you, JG. I guess the first question that I have is, I didn't get all them inflation numbers. When you went through the inflation numbers, what are you using for inflation?
It's on the memo, and I just put everything out of order on page 4. It has all of those forecasts listed out that we have from 22, 23, and 24.
Okay. And then the second question I had was, your impact with Apex. You know, until they get a facility built and up and operational, I thought there was no funds going to them until it was according to how much building they got done and so forth. So is that where you're coming up with this reduction because of the incentives?
Yes. And I mean, we still don't know a whole lot about their timeframes. So we had estimated, we had heard that they were ready to start purchasing some materials in fiscal year, in the current fiscal year. So we did include a reduction in there, but then we kept with our normal schedule of, I think we had $1 billion in 23. I think we had about $2 billion in 24, and then another $1 billion in 25. And we did go ahead and include suppliers simply because if we were going to be off, we'd rather be off, including things rather than excluding them and coming in is a shortfall as well.
Okay, so the overall revenue source from corporations has not gone down. That number is stable and probably going up.
Well, I think we did reduce that base number, but it's going down substantially more because of Apex reductions.
I guess that was my question.
Yes.
So corporations did go down.
Right, we increased them for 23, But from that high of 773 million, we did reduce that sum in '24. And then the rest of that reduction was around the additional Apex adjustments. And we did show all of those credits in corporate income tax.
Thank you. Representative Waymaster.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question on page 2, under agriculture. I mean, you had the drought conditions throughout the state of Kansas, but the reduction on the yields was down by 20%. And how was that calculated? Because I'm just talking about the area that we live in and farm. I think it's more than 20%, because if you look at an average yield for sorghum, which is the harvest we just had, you're looking about 90 bushels to an acre, dry land, and our average this year was 60. You also had with the drought conditions, you had where it was actually more cost effective to have the crop swathed and turned into bales, and that was never harvested. So I would say the 20% would need to be higher.
That was the numbers that we were provided by the Department of Ag. So when they came in with their estimates, those are what we included in here. So I'm not sure where they got their numbers from, but we relied on them for those estimates.
Because I just know that aside from sorghum, the corn and soybeans harvest was considerably less than it was in previous years, and I'm just kind of eager to see where that 20% derived from. Now, I would probably agree with the $5 billion in the exports, because obviously commodity prices are higher than they were in fiscal year 2022. I think that's all the questions I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in this, what was your discussion regarding a recession, a potential recession?
We did not include anything about a potential recession. We normally don't.
Was there a discussion, though, about that?
There were some concerns about, and we tried to kind of stress that when we talked about that monetary policy, that tightening of those policies and continued inflation. There's concerns, and there's some big headwinds there, but we did not project any type of a recession going forward.
Okay.
We talked more about the concerns, but I think it's the old saying that economists have projected 10 of the last 4 recessions.
All right. Thank you.
Representative Waymaster.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, I did come up with another question. So when we're talking about oil and gas, especially the oil industry in the state, was there any discussion in regards to the impact of the electric vehicle market? Because you have a lot of, especially with the big 3, they are changing their format to where they're going to be offering more electric vehicles, which was evident in the New York Auto Show. It was pretty much, that was the theme of the entire auto show, was electric. You have Buick, which is going to a complete electric platform. You have Ford that is bringing out electric pickups. And then also all of the vehicles that Fiat Chrysler demonstrated in the New York Auto Show was going towards that electric market. So my question is was there any discussion in the outlying years, because obviously it's going to take a while for that to actually go into production and hit the market, but what the impact would be on the oil industry in the state of Kansas? I mean, you can make the argument that if that commodity isn't being used, then that price is going to go down, but you're also going to have oil still being circulated in the economy in other factions, so it could also make the price go up. And then obviously there's going to be whether or not we would still have drilling going on in the state of Kansas, or if, obviously that's dropped off in the last few years anyways. And the production levels, are they going to be going down or stay? Obviously, you said that they were going to be going down a little bit, but that could have an impact on that particular industry if the primary fuel source for the vehicles is not going to be gasoline, it's going to be electric.
Yeah, I mean, we did project when we were talking out loud that production was going to continue to drop from oil, and we thought that there might be a significant portion of that that's not going to be applicable to severance tax because of the volume that's being produced. So we did have those declining. I think we had the rate fairly, a slight decline as well. But I mean, that's an area that is very volatile. So if people, OPEC Plus decides that they're going to really drop their production, I mean, they dropped to $200 million barrels a day recently, and if they react to lowering prices, they may reduce production again. So I mean, we had some of those, but we ended up just looking at a slow decline still in production and a slight decrease in price.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? Seeing none, JG, I guess I would just mention when Representative Carpenter talked about, recession. I think the world bankers in their polling have pretty much said they think the recession's already started. So just a little information. I guess the other thing is your inflation numbers. You got 8.5, 5, and 4. Can you tell me one thing that's only went up 8.5%?
Well, I think that's the average for the year. So, I mean, it's been steadily increasing.
I'm just curious how you figured that number because, fuel, food, everything's doubled, tripled. Natural gas, that's another one. You guys' projection on natural gas, I don't think it's ever got as low as you're wanting to start. So I know it's a tough game trying to guess these numbers, but thank you a lot. Appreciate it.
Sure. And then if we have just a couple more minutes, we did go ahead and include a 5-year profile because I knew that the senator was going to say, JG, do you have a 5-year profile? So we just skipped the short one.
Thank you.
And once again, this does have current law, so it has the food sales tax reduction in it. It has the accelerator being eliminated in it. It has APEC reductions in corporate income. For 25, 26, and 27, statutorily, we did put in the statutorily required transfers for the county city revenue sharing fund, the local ad valorem, and the special city county highway fund transfers. Because we knew that Representative Tarwater would have issues with us not including a reduction for high density at risk reduction weighting. So we did show that as a reduction in 25 in the school finance totals. So when we look at our 23 estimate, we ended up with about a $2.3 billion ending balance. When we take that ending balance and move that into 24, the current consensus estimates for 24 gives us about $12.4 billion available. Our approved expenditures are 9,123. We have reduced those expenditures for reappropriations We had the 321 million reappropriation in '23, showed that all being spent, and then deleted that in '24. We included the human services caseloads as a reduction of 120 or $198 million in '23, and then an increase of 163 million in '24. And just as a quick note, most of the human service caseload reductions was because of FMAP changes that were included. We didn't include as many 6.2% increases per quarter as we had in April. We have now an additional 2, so that's the major change there. And then we had school finance, a slight reduction of 65 million in '23, and then an increase of 225.9 million in '24. So if we look at just adding those items, our ending balance in '24 would run about $3.2 billion. And then we'll do those same estimates. We did include those transfers statutorily required in '25, '26, and '27. And with those estimates, we had '25 ending balance at about 3.5. In '26, it dropped to about a little under 3.5. And then in '27, it would drop a little bit more to around 3.4. One thing I do want to say is, as we had some discussions about inflation, there's nothing in here for any type of inflation for anything except for, school finance and a little bit for caseloads. We're not projecting any type of a recession, but if one does occur, we would expect those caseloads, human service caseloads, to go up. And overall, when we look at '25, '26, and '27, just with those minimal increases, we're really at a pretty balanced budget. We're spending about as much money as we're taking in. So when we go out and look into the future, which is fuzzy at best, we would have some concerns if we had huge increases or in expenditures, or if we have really large tax cuts in those future years. We would be cautioning people to make sure that we look at those long-term issues with all of those, and to help with that, I think we're going to go back and look at some of the previous recessions that we've had, and take a shot at estimating where we would be if we did have a recession in the near future, and then what that would look like with the information that we have here, and how that would impact it. Just will also let people know, but those large ending balances do not include the $1 billion that we have in the rainy day fund. So that's outside of those numbers. So, I mean, a lot of caution for a really good looking profile, but we have a large ending balance.
Thank you, JG. I guess one thing that I have a question on also is, on the jobs lost in 2020, and they've recovered 82.6%, so that means 17.4% haven't. Have our unemployment numbers gone up?
Not substantially.
So those folks just...
I mean, we lowered it down to 2.6, and then we have that climbing in those out years. Yeah, well, there's more openings than there are people on unemployment. I think we did look at some statistics, and the number of people that are 55 and older, substantially larger than normal amount are not in the workforce. So I think a lot of that's really affecting the number of the workforce population, which then is lowering those unemployment levels as well.
So you're attributing it to retirements, or people just left the job market? Okay. Representative Wolfmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, JG. You said that you were going to look at these numbers and sort of do a little bit of predicting or analyzing if we would have a recession in the future. How do you predict the severity of the recession? I don't know, over course of history, is there a way to predict that?
We had a conversation with Pew recently, and they were trying to help us through how to do a review of that. And they had suggested looking at a medium recession like 2001, 2002, 2003, in that time frame, and then maybe a little bit more severe ones such as the Great Recession, and looking at the revenue and expenditure impacts of those. So that's, I think we're going to be going, and just one, this is the first step in a really long process. When we saw these kinds of numbers and the discussions from numerous economists about possible recessions, we thought it would be prudent to go ahead and start that process of looking at revenues and expenditures, and then a basic stress test to begin with, and then maybe look a little bit more thoroughly with additional models as we go through. So I think this is going to be our first step of dipping our toes in the water.
Makes perfect sense. Glad you're doing that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just quickly, especially Ben, I've slept a couple of times since the last budget, but I see between 22 and 23, we've spent $1 billion more in expenditures. We have $1 billion more. Take out the reappropriations, 321 million, so we're talking 700 million. What are just some of the large categories for that?
I mean, a lot of those are one-time expenditures that we have included in
Is it the budget stabilization fund, though, is not in there? Is that right?
That was in 22. When we look at that, $1 billion, let's see, $1.8 billion-ish for one-time expenditures that, I'm losing my entire train of thought. I'm sorry.
It's all right. I'm just curious.
We'll look at it some
Yeah,
more.
just take a look at that. That's, it's 700 million or 680 million more than 2022. And I was just curious about where that was coming from.
Yeah, I'm sorry, my mind's going blank.
Okay. I have that myself. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
A lot of it was debt we paid off, bonds. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you, JG. Appreciate you being here today. Next, we will have an update on the ARPA grants for higher education, economic development. Robert North, Chief Counsel of Kansas Department of Commerce. Robert, welcome to committee.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. I am Bob North with the Department of Commerce. I've also accompanied by Rachel Willis, our Director of Legislative Affairs, and Luke Kalp, who is a legal intern at the Department of Commerce. As you know, the department received $284 million in ARPA recovery funds through House Bill 2510 and Senate Bill 267. And those funds were put into several kind of buckets, and I'm going to speak to each of those categories, give you a brief update on the status of each of those, and touch on a couple of other ARPA-related funding opportunities. Now, these funds were, in the legislation, appropriated to the governor's office. So the governor has selected the Department of Commerce to administer those funds, and that was effectuated by a series of MOAs. And we have built and tried to develop a structure behind these funds so that in a year we can come back to you and explain to you how these projects were successful, what the results were, and to ensure compliance with all of the federal strings that are attached to this funding. We've provided a lot of technical assistance to the grantees. As you can imagine, we've got cities across the state, we've got some small businesses, and so we've had to spend a lot of time trying to educate those entities and to kind of prepare them to both apply for this funding and then to expend these funds in a way that's consistent with the ARPA requirements. As you can imagine, with the federal government, with these ARPA funds, there are a few strings attached. There's got to be procurement processes have to be followed. There's a lot of reporting that has to be complied with, and so we've taken our time. Ideally it would be faster, obviously, but we feel like we've got a structure in place that again will allow us to come before you next year and show the impact that these dollars that you've appropriated have had. So there was $100 million appropriated for Regents universities. We've developed guidelines and an application document, budget documents, policies, and that has been in the works since August. The applications, the requests from the universities will be received by December 12th. There's no matching fund requirement with these dollars, and we will disperse the dollars essentially 25% at the time of execution of the agreement. Then when the institution spends those dollars, then we will disperse an additional 25% through the end of the project. As you can see, Washburn University received $3 million. Again, they will submit their application and project specs by December 12th. Again, the disbursement's 25% at a time, and they expect to have the funds fully expended by June 30, 2024. Community and technical colleges, that was $45.4 million. There is a matching fund requirement there, and we've attempted to work with the community colleges and the technical colleges to find some common ground on how that matching process ought to work. I think we're there, and again, those documents from the institutions will be submitted by December 9th. There's also a process that they can take advantage of donated equipment, unlike a couple of these other grants, and so we've developed guidelines that allow for the valuation of that equipment. With these grants, disbursement's going to be 50% on the front end, and then as the matching funds are introduced into the project and that 50% ARPA funding is expended, then we're going to release the remaining 50%. We've also got the private and independent colleges. That's $10 million. Again, being a little bit redundant here, but they've received guidelines and application forms, budget documents, and recipients were allocated funding based off their 2021 full-time equivalency enrollment numbers as reported to the Independent College Association. There's a 3-to-1 match there, $3 of private money for every dollar of state ARPA funds, and the process there, similar to the community and tech colleges, 50% up front, and then the remaining 50% after the matching funds and the private funds have been expended. There is also a University Challenge Grant. $75 million was appropriated to that. We've opened the application window with a due date for applications of December 7th. The legislation requires applications be submitted no later than March 1st, 2023. This is, again, a $3 of private funds to $1 of state funds. We may be in a position to do a second round of funding. It is more of a competitive grant process. So real quickly, we also received about $50 million for economic development projects, and just take an opportunity to touch base on those. You may be familiar with them. There is a cheese manufacturing facility in Dodge City, which was allocated $35 million. That project is well underway. We've released $17.5 million into that project, and they have broken ground and are actively building out that project. Stafford County has also received 50% of its funding. Ottawa, Pittsburgh, and Emporia are still working on their local process. Again, there has to be an RFP for some of these expenditures, and so they are working on those. We hope to have that funding expended fully by September of '24. Base grants, $100 million. We've expended over $30 million of those dollars out the door. 32 of the 35 awardees have provided the documentation we need to disperse those funds, and some of the projects are nearing 50% completion, including radiation detection technologies and soft warfare. So I will leave it at that and attempt to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very quickly, was there a sheet that described that last part?
The base grants?
Yeah.
We can get that.
Okay,
Yeah,
that'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bob, thanks for this information. On your University Challenge grants, I'm a little bit confused about the due date of December 7th and then the other due date or application of March 1st. What's the difference between those two due dates?
Yeah, I think the December date is optimistic and aspirational. The March date is set in statute, so it's an outside date that has to be hit. We're hoping that some of these opportunities can come about sooner, but that March date is a hard stop.
And then you think you'll have quite a few applications, or the ones that are out there, by the December 7th date?
We anticipate some, yes.
Good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On all these base grants and Spark funds, do they qualify for our transparency website, or how does one go about getting a list of who all received these grants and how much?
Yeah, we do believe, Representative, they would meet the definition of kind of economic incentive programs, so those will be posted to our transparency database.
Has any of them been posted yet?
I'm not aware if they have.
There's a page for the base grants, and you can see
But it's not on the transparency website yet. When would that happen? Yeah. Thank you. Thanks.
We'll get back to you, Representative, on that, when that can be available.
Rachel, can you come to the mic, please? Please state your name and answer his question.
Apologies, Chair.
Zoom can't hear us.
Yes. So the base grant awardees are on our website on a dedicated page. They're not included yet in the transparency database. The transparency database has a different kind of behind the scenes platform that is used, and primarily in the past, the department has just used that for our more typical incentives and not necessarily these grant programs. So we're in the process of merging all of that so it can be more of an automated process, and all of those kind of awards more than $50,000 hopefully will be included on that transparency database. So we anticipate sometime in the spring.
Thank you, Rachel. Representative Waymaster.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Bob, this will be for you. You were talking about the economic development grants that we put into the budget bill for all these communities in the state of Kansas. The one in particular, which I think was one of the larger ones, was the city of Salina for housing. Is there an update on that one?
Yes, I think the city, well, I don't think, the city is developing an RFP to locate and identify a developer to undertake those projects. Now, the city had already been considering this project. There's two locations for pretty large multifamily projects. And so it's not as if the city is starting from scratch, because they had some pre-development underway. So we expect that RFP process to go quickly, and really by the end of the calendar year, they'll have identified a developer. We'll enter into an agreement with them, and they can proceed to complete their project.
Okay, because I was just happened to be in Salina on Sunday, and you see signs all over the place in Salina from Schwann's, anticipating the expansion, as is Kubota. And so I was just wondering how that housing project was moving along, because they're already advertising for the positions.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Bob. Appreciate you being here today. Next, we'll have an update on the broadband expansion. Jade Pyros? Okay. Anybody else here? Committee, we're going to take a 10-minute break and wait for our next update. With that, we're recessed for 10 minutes. Call our committee back to order. Okay, our next update is going to be on Zoom, and it's going to be with Jade, the Director of the Office of Broadband. Jade, welcome to committee.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can now.
Okay. Oh, great. Well, good morning. Thank you, Chairman Billinger and members of the committee for the opportunity to provide this update. My name is Jade Pyros de Carvalho, and I have been your Director of Broadband Development since June. It's my pleasure to discuss today our office's efforts to bring affordable high-speed broadband to all Kansans. It's just such an exciting time to work in broadband because we have talked about the digital divide in this country for 25 years, but thanks to the vision and leadership of you all and the rest of the Kansas Legislature and also Congress, we finally now have the resources to put into place funding to really bridge these gaps and allow every Kansan to fully contribute to the digital economy. So today I'd like to provide an overview of our state-funded grant program, the Broadband Acceleration Grants, talk a little bit about the impact that your recent budget enhancement has made on our office, and overview a few of the federal programs. I really look forward to your questions and any of your input as we embark further on this work. So I'm going to start with the Broadband Acceleration Grants. You may remember these as part of the KDOT 10-year comprehensive transportation plan. It was passed in late spring 2020. So this is our first state-funded broadband grant, and it provides it's $85 million over the 10-year IKE program, $5 million for the first 3 years, $10 million for subsequent 7 years. These grants provide a 50-50 private-public match, and grants can be up to $1 million, which allows for $2 million projects. They are competitive in nature, and so providers apply and provide a map of their proposed territory that they want to cover with the project. We have a robust public comment period to ensure these funds are not being used to overbuild or are really going to the areas that need connection the most. And these grants are for areas that lack service at a level of 25.3 or 25 megabits per second download, 3 upload. We just completed the first round of BAG grants. They were announced in, I think, early 2021. They're an 18-month program, so they were completed this summer, and that brought much needed broadband infrastructure to more than 3,200 locations across 18 communities. Again, that was in partnership with 14 private sector awardees. In May, Commerce announced awards for the second round of our Broadband Acceleration Grant Program. There were 11 recipients that will cover 10 communities, and those will also be completed in 18 months. So it's really exciting to get those projects up and running and get people connected as quickly as possible. If you want to look at the appendix, you can see which projects those were. We included that. Moving on to the budget enhancement, we were recently allocated $1 million for our office starting this fiscal year for 5 positions. And I'm happy to report that we've had a lot of success in recruiting. We actually onboarded 3 of those positions just last month and are poised to present offers to the remaining 2, maybe yet this month or early in December. So we couldn't be more grateful to this committee for understanding the need to build capacity in this office to really do the work and put us more on par with our surrounding states that have much larger built out offices. So thank you again. We are actively recruiting, like I said, for those remaining 2 positions, but we're ready to present offers very soon. Moving on to some of the federal grant programs, we have the Capital Projects Fund for Infrastructure, and you may remember this as part of the American Rescue Plan Act. It's a carve out for broadband, and Kansas was one of the first states approved for our program in the summer. We were really excited to launch that. This is allowing for $83.5 million to be spent on broadband infrastructure build out. And we were really grateful that the Treasury Department saw the value in our program and allowed us to move forward before a lot of other states, because as you know, we're all competing with the same for the same labor, equipment, supplies. And so getting this money out the door as quickly as possible was our first goal. And we were able to announce the first round. We're doing 3 phases of those grants. We were able to announce the first round earlier this month. And the reason we're doing this in phases is because the response to this grant opportunity was overwhelming. We were 700% oversubscribed. We received almost $700 million in requests for the $83.5 million that we had to allocate. And so along with 141 applications, we also, again, had a very robust public comment period and received 246 negative comments that we are working through. So again, it's very important that we don't overbuild areas that already have service. So we're moving through those comments, and we've announced the first phase. I did put those awards in the appendix for you to review, and we'll be doing the second phase hopefully soon, and the last phase by the end of the year. That is our commitment to the providers that we're partnering with, that we're really wanting to get that money out the door as quickly as possible. The first phase is connecting more than 19 homes, businesses, schools, healthcare facilities, and other public institutions. Over the course of the entire $83.5 million, we're estimating about 21,000 premises will be, or locations will be connected. Moving on to, I think the program that everybody thinks about when it comes to broadband is the money in the Infrastructure Act. So the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act did set aside $65 billion for broadband, and most of that is being funneled through the states through the NTIA, the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, which is part of the federal branch of commerce. And so, you know, it used to be all these grants were doled out by the federal agencies, but now they're being handed down to the states, because there's this recognition that, you know, we all know our states best. We know the topography, we know where there isn't internet. And so excited to get that work underway, but wanted to temper expectations on that funding, because even though the Infrastructure Act just celebrated its 1-year anniversary last week, we will not be seeing money for broadband for up to another year. The NTIA is estimating the end of June, but in conjunction with that money, it cannot be allocated to states until the FCC does new mapping. I think you've probably heard about mapping in the past. It's widely recognized that the maps are inaccurate, and that makes it difficult to make wise investment decisions of public dollars. And so the first maps were just released on Friday, and there will be many iterations before we get that money. But the things we have done on the front side of receiving those funds, before we can receive funds, our office was required to produce grant applications for 2 different programs under broadband in the Infrastructure Act. And those are called Digital Equity Act and the BEAD Act, or Broadband Equity, Access, and Deployment Act. And so we have to produce 5-year statewide plans by going to every corner of the state and getting input from people on what their needs are before we can receive those funds. So we have a year to do so. Very pleased to announce that Kansas was awarded our Digital Equity Act planning funds earlier this month. So that's exciting. And we'll be hopefully getting our BEAD planning funds within the next few weeks, and we'll be embarking on the creation of those 5-year plans. And those plans, the planning funds help build capacity, office capacity, allow for research, and putting together the plan. So on the actual infrastructure dollar side, after the plans are done, after the maps are done, each state will be given a minimum of $100 million for infrastructure grants. Now, that is by block grant, and then the other portion is by formula based on the amount of unserved premises in comparison to other states. So this really speaks to the need for very accurate mapping in Kansas because we want to position ourselves for the maximum allocation so that we can make sure Kansans get all Kansans get hooked up, right? As of now, it is estimated that Kansas will not receive enough money through the federal BEAD grant to connect every location. So we are really working diligently to challenge the new maps that came out Friday and make sure that every person who doesn't have internet is acknowledged so that we can get funding, additional funding to get them connected. So on the Digital Equity Act side, I mentioned our planning funds were awarded. That's a $692,000 one-year grant for statewide outreach, research, asset mapping, and other necessary expenses to create that plan. The last program I wanted to go over with the Infrastructure Act is something called the Enabling Middle Mile Broadband Infrastructure Act, and that is a grant that is competitive in nature, so not every state gets it. It was $1 billion. They got $5.5 billion in requests, but we did go ahead and decide to submit to that program, even though it's very competitive because there's a strong need for middle mile in Kansas. And we worked closely with KDOT, our statewide interoperability coordinator on the emergency management side, the Department of Agriculture, and our Kansas Research and Education Network, along with private providers that we selected through an RFP process to submit an application. And we are, in conversations with the NTIA and our congressional delegation to really encourage them to fund that, but we won't have a decision on that made until March. So happy to answer any of your questions. I feel like I just went over a lot of different things, and what kind of questions do you have about the work we're doing?
Thank you, Jade. I guess one question that's been posed to me several times is, in some of these smaller communities, you have small cable companies and small broadband companies.
Mhm.
And now all of a sudden we've got all this money coming out, and you've got others wanting to take over these areas.
Mhm.
How do you handle that?
Yeah, that is an excellent question, and thank you for that. Do you mind if I go into a little bit of how we do our scoring and how we prevent some of that kind of what I call carpetbagging activity?
Well, it's just some of these folks spent 30,
Yeah.
40 years building these businesses, and all of a sudden now we've got streaming and broadband and all this, and we're taking tax dollars and giving it to somebody to compete with these little companies.
Yeah, I think you bring up an excellent point that we need to protect the private investment that has been made in these communities. And so that's why in our scoring process, we have a very robust local consult piece to that. So when we have three different parts of our application scoring, and 35% of the scoring goes to what is called the narrative. And that is the need for broadband, how it's going to impact the community, but also allows for letters of support and stories from the local leaders in that community. So we really take into account the investments that have already been made and what the local community says they want. And so we're trying hard to prevent people having their hand out for these dollars who have never been engaged in the community. Because you talk about these small companies, they've been in communities for 40, 50, over 100 years for some of these co-ops. And they're the ones who belong to the booster clubs and belong to the chambers and are, donating to the nonprofits. And they're also providing really good service. And so I wouldn't say we're in the business of protecting territories if people aren't providing adequate service. But I do think our office has shown a strong commitment to working with incumbent providers and making sure that their voices are heard and they are, I don't want to say prioritized, because we're always going to look at who has the best business case, and we want to be good stewards of public dollars. But it's a very good point. I think we have strong relationships in this office with CCK, which is our rural local exchange carrier, Association and have heard that feedback. And I can assure you we're working to prevent that type of activity from happening.
Well, thank you. I'd be interested in seeing that because, you know, and not only small communities, let's just use Topeka. You have Cox and you probably have what, AT&T. I mean, there's several providers in Topeka. We just pick a winner and a loser. Is that how we do it?
No. So again, with the scoring, so we have 3 parts of our scoring process. One is called the technical piece, and that is 50% of the scoring. And that is going to take into account things like network architecture, network design, what type of equipment. We look at the bill of materials. We want to make sure that the equipment you're using is scalable. What is the technology, you know, GPON versus XGS-PON, which is much more resilient and scalable to future needs? Are we doing fiber versus wireless? So there's a very objective piece to the technical side. There, 15% of the scoring is the financial piece. Do you have the ability to maintain the network? Do you have the ability to provide the match? We don't want to be funding businesses that are going to go under and then our investment is gone. And then the last 35% is, of course, the narrative piece, which is more the local consult, the story around the company and its engagement with the community, the need for broadband. So we have those objective pieces. Then a score is produced. Like, let's say for CPF, I think our capital projects fund, I think our scoring was 0 to 300. So after you hit a threshold, you are considered for an interview. We have an executive committee that after we do this kind of more objective scoring piece, they meet and decide who gets an interview for future consideration of grants. On that executive committee is a representative from the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Transportation, Department of Emergency Management, Kansas Research and Education Network, and sometimes Community Development Division in Commerce, and sometimes other commerce leadership if they're interested in attending. So they make a decision collectively about who we interview. And then we conduct interviews and invite community partners to attend those interviews with the internet service providers. And we talk about the project, ask any additional questions. And then the executive committee votes on which one should move forward. Those recommendations are then given to commerce leadership. They go through a vetting process, and then they're given to the governor's office, go through a vetting process. Now, within that process, there are a few other considerations we like to make, and one is geographic dispersion. And so we want our grants to benefit the whole of Kansas. Sometimes that's a challenge because providers in certain areas of the state don't submit applications. But that really just speaks to our need to do greater outreach and greater kind of honing in on where the need is and communicate with them and try to devise programs that encourage investment in those areas. But so geographic dispersion sometimes trumps, I guess, other considerations, but we do try to be very objective. I know it's hard because you are, in a sense, always picking someone over. Like in Miami County, we have 15 applications in Miami County in our capital projects fund. And we are trying to untangle that and determine who has the community's best interests at heart, who has previously invested, where is their overlap, what is the level of public support they need to make the project happen, where are the positive and negative public comments. And so that's kind of our process. But I mean, it's a fair assessment. You know, we are picking winners and losers, but we're trying to pick the ones who have the best interests of Kansans and the local community in mind.
Thank you. Other questions? Representative Waymaster.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kind of going back to the Capital Projects Fund for Infrastructure. So we had a total of $600 million in requests of the $83.5 million that came from the Treasury. And then, so if we're talking about the money that we also have currently in the Spark committee process, which I believe was reduced quite a bit down to, I think, $30 million, because we're anticipating the money that's coming in from the Infrastructure and Jobs Act. Even though we don't want that dollar amount is going to be, it still won't be anywhere near the $600 million. Is that correct?
That's correct, Representative. It's a really good point you bring up. Several states have decided to invest hundreds of millions of dollars in their state fiscal recovery funds through ARPA to broadband. I mean, you look at like South Carolina just invested 480 million, Wyoming and Montana are in the couple hundred million. I think Oklahoma has done a couple hundred million. There's just a broad recognition that the BEAD money or the infrastructure money is probably not going to be a lot in some of these states. It'll be enough in some states, but Kansas has a lot of what is called high cost, or we're very rural states. So Kansas, Nebraska, Colorado, these are states that are not going to get the infrastructure funds necessary to provide internet to every single location. So, yeah, I appreciate the question, and hey, we would appreciate more than 30 million too.
Okay. Well, we'll see what happens with the Spark Committee, Executive Committee, and then also with the State Finance Council when we approve whatever projects we're going to be doing that in regards to broadband. So that leads me to my next question, because the chairman and I actually were at a fiscal leaders symposium last week, and one of the topics that we discussed was broadband. That was one of our agenda items. And so we were talking about what other states have been doing in regards to broadband, and I will recall the senator from Rhode Island who said that, you know, he would always introduce himself as being the senator from Rhode Island, where we're 49 miles long and we're 37 miles wide. And they had a very robust broadband infrastructure in place in Rhode Island. But yet they're going to be receiving $100 million, just like the state of Kansas, where we're 400 miles wide and 210 miles long. So I guess there was, I'm assuming that the 100 million block grant to every state was a way to get the infrastructure bill passed. But I would probably gather if Rhode Island is going to get $100 million and Kansas is going to get $100 million, and they already have, as he identified, a robust broadband infrastructure in place, what is their money going to be used for, where we're going to be using ours to try to get broadband more out in the state of Kansas?
Yes, well, that's a great question. I think you're correct in that, you know, a fairness element to this block grant was considered to usher passage. And, you know, the 100 million is a minimum. And I've seen estimates that Kansas might get anywhere from 212 to 350, even though we know it might take just north of $1 billion to get everyone connected here. But these states that have had broadband commissions and offices for a decade or you know, like Rhode Island, they're clearly ahead of us, and they'll be able to use those funds for, you know, innovative projects, you know, precision agriculture, just they'll be able to use the funds for different needs besides just making sure they have that infrastructure. Maybe ITS or intelligent transportation systems through their DOTs. I mean, I'm not really sure because I'm not really in the position of luxury of thinking what we could spend extra funds on, but I do think we have an opportunity as a state to get the maximum allocation if we have a robust challenge to these maps that were just released Friday. So again, we'll be working very hard on that. I am, you know, also speaking with Senator Moran. You probably know he's the ranking member of the committee that funds the NTIA and has a great relationship with Secretary Raimondo at Commerce. And just in talks with him about the way these formulas were devised, they only allow 10% of the formula to what is called high cost areas. Well, almost every unserved premise in Kansas is high cost. And by high cost, it might take $20,000 per location to get to that. And so when only 10% of the allocation goes to high cost areas, states like, again, Nebraska, Kansas, lots of rural, lots of farms, they're going to be at a disadvantage. Again, that's probably part of getting it through Congress bipartisanly. So I understand why it was done, but maybe we can change it. We've got time. We'll see.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for your report, Jade. Just a quick review of what our MIP standard is. You mentioned on the CPF that it's 120 standard, and I think one of the earlier times we talked about was 2510. Is that our standard now for the grant projects that we're funding, or are we still at 2510 for some locations?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. That's a great question. The federal government, okay, so the Federal Communications Commission is the agency that technically sets the standard for what broadband is. And they set a standard of 25.3 in 2015. The pandemic, of course, highlighted that that was wholly inadequate. And so the U.S. Department of Agriculture was the first agency that bypassed that definition and changed its grants, which is called Reconnect grants, you've probably heard of those, to the 100 by 20 standard. The Treasury Department, when they were deemed the administrative agency of ARPA funds, followed suit. They're also using the 100 by 20. And then the NTIA is using the 100 by 20. And so we're actually supposed to consider 100 symmetrical, so 100 by 100, but there are considerations for areas that can't reach that. We can grant with those funds, with Treasury and NTIA funds, we can grant anybody who can do 100 by 20. Now, our broadband acceleration grants have been using the 25.3 standard. I've heard feedback from providers that they would like to see us consider areas that aren't meeting the 100 by 20, and kind of consistency in grant programs would be something that would help them better prepare. So that's something we're looking at, and would love to have your input on that. But I'd like to see consistency with the higher threshold. I want our investments to be future forward. I don't want to be creating an environment where we're investing in technologies that provide lower service, and it really just creates the cycle of public funding. We're looking at 20, 30, 40-year investments. We're not going to get another 65 billion every 5 years. So did that answer your question?
Yes, it did. It was a good answer. And I would assume that some of the projects are going up to a gig or more, or at least making that possibility. And you mentioned scalable as one of your criteria. So I certainly support that. I think 120 is going to be too little in a very short period of time. The other question I had is kind of a piggyback of Chairman Billinger's question, but we have some other technologies out there, and I'm not sure how much I like them or not, but personally, but they're out there, Starlink and cellular internet. Are we doing any projects using those satellite technologies and cellular technologies, and are they viable? I guess my bias is certainly that doing fiber is the better solution, but there are some difficult areas to get service to, and maybe those technologies would work there. So are we doing any of that?
Yeah, wonderful question, Senator. And you've really identified that in this effort to bring universal connectivity to every single location, every type of technology will need to be in the mix. But a few comments. One is that the federal government has really drawn a line in the sand about which sorts of technology it's willing to put public funding toward. And they have identified wired or wireline technology for both the ARPA and, well, actually, I think even Reconnect grants now, ARPA and then the infrastructure grants. So that's cable, fiber. And again, it really goes back to, the federal government has a history of funding cheap technology that needs to be replaced every 7 years. It's usually with a 6-year build out. So by the time the build out's done, it's obsolete. And here we are putting more money, and we want to make sure our investments are, we're supposed to be spurring private investment. We can help to get into areas where a business case can't be made. Let's help with the CapEx on the front end of that deployment, but not create this need for companies to have their hand out for subsidies over and over and over again. Now, speaking to, I think you said Starlink. So that's like LEO or low Earth orbit satellites. They definitely have a place. I see so many cool applications for, like airline broadband, and they're certainly much better than traditional satellites because you're not beaming a signal all the way up to the moon, right? And so the latency is a lot better. But the problem with them is scalability. As more and more people get on them, the service level goes down, the latency goes up. And so it's really frustrating when you first get like Starlink in a rural area, you're like, yes, we finally have something. But then when all your neighbors get on it, they have to put another satellite up to support the adoption of more people getting on that. And the other issue I have with Starlink and those technologies is the affordability component, because it's either $499 or $599 just for the installation, and that's just not feasible for some of these households out in rural Kansas. Again, I don't want to denigrate any of them, because I think they're all useful, especially in like a Ukrainian war zone. Great that we have Starlink, right? But should it be the standard for us, and should we create again public funding that is just, we're going to have to put up more and more and more? It's I'm excited to see where it goes in the future, but I don't think we should be funding nascent technology that hasn't proved to be scalable. On the cellular side, I do think exciting. These T-Mobile and Verizon, like fixed wireless access through cellular, have been really have been good products in these areas where we can't get wireline. But again, our programs are not designed that way, simply because the federal government has already made that distinction for us. And I think it's probably the right decision. We can have more flexibility if we have state programs and go into areas with those technologies if the legislature sees fit. Again, totally open to that, and would love your input on that, but we can't do that with the infrastructure funding or ARPA.
Thank you, and I totally agree with your answer and appreciate your judgment on this difficult issue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I met Jade last night. Thank you for being here. She was concerned about her first testimony before the Legislative Budget Committee. Maybe scared might be a more accurate deal. I said, "Do you know your stuff?" She said, "Yes, I do." I said, "You've got nothing to worry about." And she is not. She's proved me right. So very good. Thank you again for being here. And again, you are the mayor of what city?
Hutchinson.
Okay. She's also the mayor of Hutchinson.
Yes.
So anyway,
I
very
do.
good. Thank you very
Well,
much.
Representative, I do apologize that I can't be there today, but I'm doing city manager interviews, and I put them all on today, and I was panicking. So thank you for letting me testify remotely. I really do appreciate that.
Sure, no problem. We appreciate you being available for us today. Thank you, Jade, and we'll move on to, next we have the Forensic Laboratory Bond Early Payoff and Kansas Incident-Based Reporting System Upgrade. And we'll hear from Kirk Thompson, Director of the Kansas Bureau of Investigation. Kurt, welcome to committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Appreciate the opportunity to spend a little time with you this morning and talk about two questions that you had for our organization. The first deals with the payoff of the bonds for our Forensic Science Center that's located on Washburn University's campus. And the second is some questions with regard to the upgrade of the Kansas Incident-Based Reporting System, or as we call it, KYBRS. So if, with the consent of the committee, I'll proceed into the question on the Forensic Science Center. As you may remember, that the KBI Forensic Science Center is a 3-story building having approximately 100,000 usable square foot. It's located on 1.5 acres on the Washburn University campus. The laboratory facility provides for a full spectrum of forensic disciplines that serves law enforcement agencies across the state of Kansas. To address the long-standing fiscal issues, I should say physical issues with our facility in Topeka, the legislature in 2013 passed Senate Bill 171, which authorized the KBI to enter into an agreement with Washburn University to design, construct, and equip a new forensic science laboratory. And that bill further authorized the KBI to negotiate and execute a lease with the university for the forensic science laboratory. And of course, a big part of this from our perspective was the collaboration that occurred with Washburn University to draw from their ranks students that would be very high-quality candidates for our positions, and that has worked out very well for us. But in 2013, there were bonds issued through the Topeka Public Building Commission in the total amount of $57,420,000 for a duration of 20 years. The annual payments to retire that debt was approximately $4.3 million per year. The building project itself concluded in October of 2015 when the KBI moved laboratory operations out of our headquarters on Tyler Street and into this new facility. The bonds had an original redemption date in December of 2021, and as the legislature and others were looking at how certain monies might be spent and whether or not there was debt that could be retired, we looked at the option to retire or redeem those bonds and pay off that debt. So that was authorized and was executed in June of 2022, and there was a total payment made in the amount of $41,274,976. Now, there was an excess amount of about $213,000 that resulted from an expedited payment schedule, so that money was returned to the State General Fund at that time. So just at a high level, the purchasing and the redeeming of those bonds saved the state approximately $10 million in interest, and it freed up about $4.3 million in annual cash flow. One concern that results there, of course, is that 100,000 square foot of additional space for which we will be responsible, rehab, repair, that type of thing. And based upon our internal analysis, we have sought an increase in that rehab budget for the upcoming year. And in September, we briefed the Joint Committee on Building Construction about that increased request, and they concurred with our position that given the shortfalls we have in our current authorized amount, plus the new square footage of the laboratory, an increase in the amount of $200,000 per year would be appropriate to make sure that we can keep up this facility. And additionally, one of the requirements of the bond was to have a principal and interest account with the fiduciary, and turned out to be in Kansas City, Kansas. But when the bonds were redeemed, there was a funding in the amount of $869,000 that remained in that account that was not used during the process. So one of the things that you will hear in our budget presentations is consideration of not returning that money to the State General Fund, but creating some type of a maintenance fund with oversight, whether it's through Department of Administration or directly through the agency, to start building for the replacement and repair of this very technical facility. So you'll hear that from us in regard to that $869,000 that remain in that account. Now, that's kind of a high-level view. The process has been completed. Just doing some of the final work to update the leases and things like that with Washburn, but that process has been completed. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to take questions on that issue or move on to the next question, whatever you.
Why don't you just go ahead and finish, and then we'll ask questions.
Okay. The second issue that you had questioned about was the Kansas Incident-Based Reporting System. And I want to start at the very highest level that part of our mission as an organization is to provide professional investigative, laboratory, and criminal justice information services to the criminal justice community in our state and other shareholders. So if we focus on our duty to provide criminal justice information services, that is the focus of what we are trying to do with our update to the KYBERS system. There's a statute in Kansas, 212501A, that requires each law enforcement agency in the state to report all incidences of crime to the Kansas Bureau of Investigation. There is a format that was created for that process to occur. So there is an incident report that is taken by a local law enforcement agency for every criminal event that occurs, and that information is passed to us either electronically or some agencies are still using paper forms to get that information to us. There's two principal forms that make up that system. There is a form to report crimes, and there is a form to report arrests. Those two data sources come together to create the Kansas Incident-Based Reporting System. And we see about 250,000 reports into that system every year. So KYBERS, if you think about this as having two purposes, it's really a dual purpose system. First off, the local agencies use that as a mechanism to report crimes and to pass that information to prosecutors' offices for criminal prosecution. But as a part of that bigger picture, there are a number of data elements that are collected from that report form, either the arrest report form or the incident report form. And those pieces of information are used to create a statistical profile of crime in Kansas. And right now, that is at a very, very high level. So there's 160 required data elements for that basic report, and about 50-some of those data elements are computerized, and they are also shared with the FBI so that they can create their publication called Crime in the United States, and we use the same data to create a statistical profile of crime in Kansas called Crime in Kansas. So there's several other reports that are published using this data to include, there's a law enforcement employee count that is published. There's a report called the Law Enforcement Officers Killed or Assaulted report that is published, and one that usually receives a great deal of attention, and that's the Domestic Violence and Rape report. So all of that information is drawn from the information collected by KYBERS, used by criminal justice, non-criminal justice agencies. So that's kind of a high-level view of what the system is. It was built back in 1993. It's almost 30 years old. And as you can imagine, the computer technology back 30 years ago was significantly different than it is today. And this particular system is well beyond its effective life cycle. And the technologies that it's built upon are no longer supported. The data security of those technologies is questionable. And it's absolutely inflexible as to questions regarding what's going on in our state. If this body had a question about some new and emerging crime trend, there's really nothing we could do with this antiquated system. It can't be changed. So what we're trying to do is update this system to where we have a much more, well, a more fluid way of answering questions with regard to criminal activity in our state. There's several limitations regarding the use of this system. There's about 400 law enforcement agencies in our state that are required to submit these types of reports. 136 of those agencies are submitting that data electronically, and of course that's what we want. That's the most efficient, most effective way of doing that. That 136 is generally the larger agencies. The other 200 and some are usually the very small agencies that have small amounts of crime in their respective jurisdictions. So those come to us by way of paper, and then our staff inputs those into the KYBRS network. There are a number of examples I could probably use, and I may hold some of those to see if there are questions about how the system itself works. But last year, I think it's important to note that the FBI eliminated their acceptance of what was called uniform crime reporting. 20, 30, 40 years ago, law enforcement agencies were required to keep basically a table or a spreadsheet. How many murders did you have? How many car thefts did you have? How many of whatever did you have? And that was all that was reported to the KBI, and that was all that was reported to the FBI. There was no depth to that data. Couldn't tell you anything about the nature of those cases, just that many cases of that particular crime occurred in the jurisdiction. The KYBRS system was built to collect additional data. It's incident-based instead of summary-based. So we were ahead of the game, if you will, in those early years because we were collecting incident-based data. Because it was not required at that time, we had some agencies who were submitting summary data, some agencies who were submitting the incident-based data. That made for a very difficult compilation of how many murders. Well, if one department was using one particular system, another department was using another, it very much limited our ability to provide quality information to our shareholders. The ability to use summary data has been eliminated. So all agencies across the country are now focused on incident-based data, which is what our focus is on the rebuild of this system. We have only one agency in Kansas that is not incident-based at this point in time, and they are working very hard and expect to see them on board very soon. So the transition in Kansas to incident-based has not been that difficult. What we need is additional detail about crime. We could tell you from our current system that there were X number of residential burglaries, or there were X number of car thefts. To give you much additional detail about that, we can't do with our current system. The way that the new system is being developed, it will allow us to answer questions like, was this related to human trafficking? Right now, all we can say is that this person was arrested for this particular crime, and it may not be human trafficking. So there's just a lot of things that we could flag and learn more about crime in our state, specifically location data. Right now, the best we can do is do a color-coded state map that said, this county has a high number of offenses of this type in their county. With the new system, we would be able to provide heat maps on a very timely basis because incident-based reporting is very timely. And that could be used for law enforcement, resource deployment, all types of things, just really to understand what's going on in our state, what the crime problem is, and focus our attention where our attention needs to be. Let me talk about the replacement plan itself. I started in this position, this is my 12th year. And one of the 5 priorities that I saw for our state was to develop a much more functional crime reporting system. And I'm very pleased that we are moving on that and that we are about probably halfway down that path to making this work. So just to give you a sense, in 2017, we were able to, utilizing some funding from our record check system, we engaged a contractor, did a needs assessment, did a lot of work with our local partners about what they needed from a system such as this. Developed a plan. In 2020, we started to develop the system itself, system construction, and that continued into 2021. We have been working to further develop the system itself, the base collection system, since that time. What we did not have, and we would need to come to the legislature for, was the funding for the higher level technologies called master data management or analytics that would sit up on top of all this data and provide an easy way for stakeholders to pull information about the crime problem in Kansas and lots of other different things. So we were aware that there were some federal dollars available for these types of projects. We sought out the assistance of Senator Moran's office and his position within the Appropriation Committee. And we found that the money that was available for that was consistent with the purpose that we wish to use, and the money would be available at the time that we would need the funding to finish this project. So we worked closely with his office and others to bring an additional $3 million, which was what it was going to take to set master data management and advanced analytics on top of all of this information that we are currently collecting. We were successful in getting that funding, and so the project continues, and we hope to stay on track with the build out of the basic system and then set those additional higher end technologies on top and be able to provide a much different picture of what's going on in our state. Just a little side note, back in 2020, as you probably can recall, there was a lot of question about police use of force cases across the country, to include in Kansas. So the Attorney General asked us to build a system, voluntary in nature, for local law enforcement to provide that kind of data to us. We determined the best way to do that is to build a module of this KYBERS network so that that information would be collected in the normal course of business by law enforcement agencies. That module has been completed. We have deployed that as of February of this year. And we've got a number of agencies on board. We have about 2,000 use of force reports in the system. And we're working to bring more and more agencies on board so that we have a much better picture of the use of force against law enforcement officers and the use of force by law enforcement officers in the performance of their duties. So that's module number one of this rebuild, and it's already up and running. So I think from a high level, very high level perspective, that's where we are at with the Kybers project, and I'd be happy to stand for any questions that the committee may have on either of those two questions.
Thank you, Kurt. I guess first question, the 4.2 million roughly that you had to pay yearly for the bonding. So will you be reducing your budget ask going forward?
We believe there's two options. The first one is just to return that funding, and that funding could just be captured and go back to state general fund. The other thing that the budget committees will see is a proposal for us to not only get more aggressive in pursuing information about crime, is using that information to address crime in our state. And we would ask through the budgeting process that 4.3 million savings be rededicated to public safety and use that funding to begin a much more aggressive approach in how we would conduct investigative operations dealing with violent crime, which I think you all know is continues to rise in our state, and child victim crime, which continues to rise in our state. And then we would move to cyber and white-collar crime and some of those other issues that we are not addressing effectively at this point in time.
I would say one of the biggest challenges we have is fentanyl. I think this is just coming into Kansas like water. And I think if we don't get a handle on it, we're going to have so many young people dead. It's going to be a sad day.
I couldn't agree more. From a statistical perspective, the problem in this state is still methamphetamine. But from causes of death, causes of hospitalization, fentanyl is eclipsing what we are seeing with methamphetamine. Takes such a small amount to create death or serious injury that a lot of these kids who are taking it, they don't get a second chance. Meth usually isn't fatal in the first one or two uses. It takes a while, and it just slowly kills someone. Fentanyl is just, it happens. And one of our agents that works in the Salina area was talking to me a couple of days ago about their concern seeing kids, high school age kids, and people who are being impacted by fentanyl. And there just doesn't seem to be anything that we can do about it because people are starting to believe fentanyl is that's a prescription drug. I mean, it's not a street drug like cocaine or heroin, so it must be safer, and that's absolutely not the case. So, sorry for digressing there.
Oh,
fentanyl is the.
I agree with you. It's a challenge that we're going to have to hit head on. Looks like your new system has come along as scheduled, and so glad to see that. Other questions? Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to get a clarification because I think in your spoken comments, you had said update the KIBRS system. And then in the written testimony, it's talking about replacement. So are we just updating the system from 1993 when it was initially made, or are we going to get a whole new system?
That's probably a poor choice of words on my part. We are building a new system. We are building a new system that has the technology that's necessary to achieve our goals and aims here. There is not off-the-shelf software out there for this type of thing. We are moving aside what we currently have. We'll make a data transfer of what we currently have to the new system. But it is a new rebuild, a complete rebuild.
Totally new system.
Complete rebuild.
Right, because then when you were talking about, was it master data management and system analytics sitting on top of the KIBRS system, I was thinking, okay, maybe it's going to interface together and pull the information from KIBRS, or is it just going to be a completely new system?
It will pull information from KIBRS, but what master data management will do, just very briefly, is we have so many repositories that we have been charged with keeping. And there is no real connectivity between those repositories. So using an example of, we get information from health and environment, vital statistics about deaths in our state. We have to go into every one of these stovepipe systems and apply that individual is deceased. What master data management will do, and that's just one example of the data that will be exchanged between the systems. What that will do will give us a picture of John Doe. It will tell us what systems that individual exists in, and it will save a great deal of time and energy, and it will also be much more accurate. But what it will do on top of that is we'll be able to interface with systems in other agencies, like the Department of Corrections. They hold vast amounts of data on criminal conduct within the state. The Sentencing Commission needs access to all kinds of information regarding crime, and we struggle mightily to provide the base level information that they need to do their job. With this, we will be able to provide information at a much different level. And then if you add the analytics piece on top of that, right now we can answer what, but we can't answer why with most of our data systems. We should be able to look at socioeconomic conditions, other conditions that may lend themselves to criminal conduct, and then be able to focus in a particular area. Right now, our systems don't allow us to do that. I can tell you what the crime rate is in the state of Kansas, but if you ask me, well, are most of the murders in Wichita, or are they in Slime? Very, very difficult for us to see that data at that level. With this system, not only will we be able to provide geographic information, hot maps, those kinds of things, but we'll know a lot more about each individual case, whether it was homicide by knife, homicide by firearm, and much, much more granular information about crime in our state.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The use of force data, that's in KIBRS now?
It is a module right now, and it will be added in when the overall or overarching framework is completed.
So will your new system that uses master data management and the system analytics be just a new KIBRS system? Or is that the new system? The $3 million you're getting from the feds for those two pieces, is that a whole new system? Like, what happens to KIBRS?
We have nothing like master data management now or this advanced analytics. And so the antiquated system that collects the crime data, how many murders, how many of this, that's going to really go away. The data will be kept, but that system will go away, and that's what our IT section is building now. They're building that new new capture mechanism, if you will. And it will fill a repository with that information. What master data management and analytics will do will allow us to dive into that data with these really high-end tools and make much better use of that information. So that's completely new. The repository itself will be built to current technical standards, and it will provide for a lot more flexibility.
Are you going to call that new Kybers?
Well, I don't know that I think it's still going to be Kybers,
Okay, it'll still be-
but
and with these two additional tools that you got the federal dollars from, you'll be able to access that data better and interface with other data sources.
yes, much more so. And even outside of our agency. And I think that's where the value will really start to be seen.
So what do other states, like Missouri, Colorado, Nebraska, Oklahoma, what do they do? Do they have a Kybers system that are they all invented uniquely to that state?
Some do, some don't. Some follow some federal regulations, and Kansas is one of the states where we collect data on a statewide basis. Many states collect it individually, like the FBI in Arizona is going to get data from Phoenix, from Flagstaff, from all of those different cities, and they really don't have much visibility on the crime problem within those states. We have always taken the perspective from the very beginning that we have a statute that says we're supposed to collect that data from all of our law enforcement partners and then use that data to provide whatever we can to our stakeholders in the state. We're not deviating at all from that. We are just trying to improve our technology and improve how we use and what data is there for us to use to do a better job of making decisions about public safety.
And I have one last question.
Nope.
Okay.
Used your time up.
It's a doozy.
Go ahead.
No, we've had great conversations in our budget committees about how we manage our computer and technical services. So do you have your own servers? Do you do cloud computing? Do you use the state services as the backbone of the computer work that you do? Or are you a completely separate system?
We use some state services, but very limited. We have our own servers where this data is stored. That way we can control security and who we share with, that type of thing. We are not using cloud-based systems aggressively at this point. See, so no to cloud-based. We have our own servers, and mostly we rely on our own IT staff to build the interfaces, to build these systems, because they are unique based upon our statutes in this state.
Appreciate that information. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for being here. Kind of piggybacking up on what the chairman said. So you're going to, because you freed up $4.3 million from this bond payment, and then do I read it right that you asked for an additional 200,000 on top? Is that on top of that? In your deal here, it says, based on internal analysis of rehab and repair dollars, our recommendations is increased funding by $200,000. So is that on top of the 4.3 that you're going to get from the bond payment?
We believe that 4.3 is either going to go back to the state general fund, it's just going to be lapsed from our budget, or if we can convince you to consider using that money for some enhancements to public safety in our state. But the $200,000, we're talking about just rehab and repair for our facilities. And we have struggled over time with that. The amount that we pay per square foot is significant, or we receive per square foot is significantly lower than many other agencies. We are sincerely concerned about the high level of technology that is in that forensic laboratory and trying to make sure that we are prepared when those kinds of things start to decline. We are at the front end of this process. You know, we have.
That's fine. So you're just counting on us letting that money lapse back into SGF, and that's just 200,000 in additional funding.
Yes,
So
that's the bottom line.
I would assume if you want that $4.3 million, you're going to bring through the budget process, a detailed process of where you're going to spend that money and what, like fentanyl or whatever you're going to, okay. So thank you for that. So over here on this other page here, page 3, 136 agencies are approved to submit offense and arrest data electronically. So do you approve who does that? Who can do that? Is that what that says? Or those are just the ones that choose to do it that way?
Well, there is the requirement that they have to provide the information. Most agencies use the electronic methods. And what they do is they have their own data collection mechanisms or software within their various agencies. We create an interface between the software that they use to just move it into our system. In most of those cases, of that 136. I hope that's the.
I'm just trying to figure out, there's 400 agencies in the state. About a third of them use that. You see what I'm saying? So
That's the bigger ones that have the volume. The ones that don't use it tend to be the smaller sheriff's offices or police departments that may have 2 or 3, 4 officers, and it's not viable for them to send that information to us via technology. It's just much simpler for them to handwrite the reports, mail them to us, and have us load them into the system.
really, I find that hard to believe that you couldn't sit down into a computer and type in your data and push a button and send it to you, but versus filling out a piece of paper. So will the other agencies, when you finish this, the new KRBR, whatever, will they also be, all of them be able to send in electronically?
All agencies will be able to send in electronically, and we'll continue to work with the vendors of the major agencies so that they put the data into their systems and it just flows into the statewide system.
Okay.
There will be a very simple web-based application that to do what you were describing. Someone could sit down, log in, type out the data, type out the reports, and then they'd have a separate section of the repository, so they would have a place to store all of their reports and use that technology if they wish to.
Okay.
There's just a lot of agencies out there that find it easier to sit in a patrol car, fill out the report, and just send it to us by mail.
All right. Mr. Chairman, one more question. When will this be finished, this new data system?
We hope to see it in 2025.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Kurt. Appreciate the update.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Committee, we have our lunch break schedule here at 12, so I think we'll take off a little early. Maybe if it's okay if everyone will come back just a little early. Does that work? So you think, Amy, we could get somebody come in, like if we come back 15, 20 minutes early? You can try, okay. Or if nothing else. Okay. So committee, let's try to be back here by shortly after 1. How about 10 after 1? 1:10. Okay. We're recessed at 1:10. Call our meeting back to order. At this time, we will continue with the agenda. The next item up is the update on the housing program, and we'll have Ryan Vincent, Director of the Kansas Housing Resource Corporation. Ryan, welcome committee.
Forget to do that. Everyone hear me okay? There we go. Okay, and I think he's just going to switch us over so you can see the presentation. All right, well, it's good to be back at the State House. I actually haven't been here in a couple months, which is fairly unusual, and I know you all make it back frequently. But I'm excited to kind of give you an update on where we're at with all the new state housing resources. I know I've run into a few of you during the summer, and we've got a lot happening at our office as we continue our work of unlocking home for Kansans. As far as an agenda today, I know you're all pretty familiar, so I'm going to fly through an overview of KHRC. I do want to briefly touch on our disaster response programs that are winding down. I know I continue to field constituent concerns, and I think you're interested as we transition from those emergency response COVID programs to the new state housing development resources, which really start to address the underlying housing problem in our state. I want to give a recap of the steps that we've taken for that program, where we're at today, and then some of the next steps. Just a reminder, Kansas Housing has actually been around going on 20 years. Next year is our 20th anniversary. We're a public corporation that administers both housing and community programs. Our mission is simple. We help Kansans access the safe, affordable housing they need with the dignity that they deserve. Our stakeholders are broad. If you live, breathe, pay taxes, or legislate in the state of Kansas, you're a stakeholder of Kansas Housing. Just a reminder of our programs, they literally run the gamut from funding that literal shelter, the homeless shelters, the domestic violence centers around the state. We provide financing to community action groups, those wonderful anti-poverty groups around the state. We do actual housing development, which is what I'm going to spend most of my time talking about today. We've got down payment assistance programs and weatherization. We've been doing a lot of emergency response, which I'll talk about briefly. But just a reminder, if you have constituents that have housing needs, whatever that need may be, please send them our way. We've got a very user-friendly website and do great work. Now, an update on the emergency response programs. I believe I testified before you all a year ago, and at that time, we were just in the midst of trying to get the new Kansas Emergency Rental Assistance, or KARA program going. It's with mixed feelings that I come with you today to tell you that we are fully subscribed, that amazingly enough, that our office has provided over $278 million in rent and utility assistance to make 11,000 landlords whole, to assist 32,000 households with over 81,000 Kansans in them. That's a remarkable achievement with our team, our partners, with you all, to make sure that we made this federal resource available, that we got it out the door, and this program is now in what we're calling hold phase, which means that we're still accepting applications, but unless we are successful in getting additional reallocated funds from Treasury, we won't have any more resources to provide the citizens we serve. However, we do continue to have the Kansas Homeowner Assistance Fund, which is the mortgage foreclosure program. So if you have constituents that are behind on their mortgages, that are behind on their property taxes, please contact our office. That program funding is going quickly. We anticipate it lasting a few more months. At this point, we have about $14.3 million available. But it's a wonderful resource to make your citizens and their lenders whole. So please reach out if you have questions about that program. But I want to take us back to where we were last year when we all spoke. You know, at that time, we were well in the midst of doing disaster response, but we were also wrapping up the first statewide housing study in 30 years since the Finney administration. We knew at our office, and our partners knew, that if we were going to be able to do a good job, you know, we needed to understand the real picture of our housing needs in the state. So we worked with bankers and developers and property managers and nonprofits and local government officials, and we did a big statewide tour. We had 4,000 survey respondents, and we released the study in December of 2020. It's on our website. The link is going to be in this PowerPoint, which I'll be sending to dial-in after the presentation, so you all can access any of the materials in this slides. But it's got a 30,000-foot summary of our state's housing needs in it. It's got a regional assessment, so you can look up whatever the region you represent. It's got goals and strategies for our office, for you all as policymakers, for our communities, because none of us have the solution. We all need to be working together to address the problem. But that study itself was released in December last year. And then you had a lot of chance to have to listen to me for the next 3 months as I came and presented to what felt like, I think, about a dozen legislative committee hearings. Senator Hawk, I think, was probably sick of seeing me, but it was truly a monumental and historic legislative session. We'd never had everybody from Farm Bureau to the corn growers to the chambers of commerce to nonprofits to housing developers and habitat affiliates all come together and say we've got to do something about this housing problem. That now we've got the study and we need to take the next steps. You all heard them, and we were able to work together for some significant and historic funding for housing that I want to update you on today. As far as the snapshot of where we're at, we received $62 million for our moderate income housing program. That program itself has been around since, I think, 2012. Historically, we've received $2 million a year, so it's a significant uptick in the amount of funding we have, because you all know how quickly $2 million goes statewide. $22 million of that came from the state general fund, $20 million came from the federal ARPA money, and then an additional $20 million came from the state general fund, but it was specifically for loans, essentially a revolving loan fund. Again, I'll be updating you on where we're at with all those pieces. We also had 2 big tax bills pass. We had an affordable housing tax credit, which I'll touch on, but that's a dollar for dollar match of the very successful federal low-income housing tax credit program that we've long administered at our office. We received a Kansas Housing Investor Tax Credit. Lots of acronyms here I can throw in, but we're getting $13 million a year to be coupled with specifically for moderate income housing development around the state, specifically in rural areas. And the last piece that I'll be touching on a little bit later is the new Rural Home Loan Guarantee Program, and that recognizes that there's a gap. It's a gap between what it costs to build a home in a rural community and what it immediately appraises for, which obviously has an impact on the ability for a homeowner to be able to get a loan and for the real estate market to work seamlessly in that community. So those are the new resources that we're going to be touching on. But like everything we do at Kansas Housing, we try to be transparent and collaborative. And the first steps, as soon as we knew we were getting these resources in May, was to do a statewide tour. So I know I ran into you, many of you, at various community meetings around the state. My team has had dozens of meetings with communities and with different groups. We purposely targeted communities under 10,000 population, recognizing that so many of these new resources are actually targeted to those communities. Here's a list of just a few of the communities that we visited and when. We worked with the Kansas Association of Counties, the Kansas League of Municipalities, the home builders. We worked with the Chambers of Commerce, with the Office of Rural Prosperity, you name it. We tried to partner to make sure that we were getting the word out on these new resources. Not only was it important for us to do the outreach and the marketing, but it was also important for us to listen. And I'll be touching on that later because several things that we heard during this tour we actually used in the various policy decisions that we then took. Here's a list of some of the webinars that we did. We had hundreds of attendees on several of them, so we had really good participation from a variety of different community stakeholders. Meanwhile, I've got a development team that's been growing at my office. We have 2 people that we've hired that are specifically for community housing liaisons. It's recognizing that there's a lot of communities that don't have enough funds to have a community development person or to have a dedicated housing specialist. This is such an intricate area of policy that we want to be sure that we have people available to help those communities and their stakeholders utilize these new resources. So we're investing in your communities through these different resources. But here's a few of the communities that we've been at and our development team has met with. Now, I'm going to take just a couple minutes and just update you on the various other programs, where we're at with them. First of all, the Moderate Income Housing Program, that's a program that serves communities under 60,000 population. It can be cities or counties. by statute, we have to give the funds to the cities or counties, but those cities and counties then partner with developers, with lenders, with nonprofits to actually get the housing developed. The first RFP was actually posted a week after we received the money. We had successful webinars with great attendance. This first round, we prioritized a couple of different things. One, we wanted to prioritize communities that had applied the last 2 rounds that we were unable to fund, that met all of our threshold requirements, but we simply didn't have enough funds available. And that's with the realization that when I was talking to you during this last legislative session, that you all recognized that there was this huge need for housing now, and we had this group of applicants that had been successful that were ready to roll and just needed the funding. So they received prioritization this very first round. We're also prioritizing communities that have job growth, employers wanting to move in and expand, because obviously we need good homes for our jobs to go at night. So we're thrilled to be able to prioritize that. Of course, we want to distribute the funds throughout the state, and we want to certainly prioritize areas that have demonstrated an ongoing housing need. So the very first RFP was for $5 million. We received 48 applications, a 74% increase in 1 year, which again shows what the housing study found, and that's that there's this big group of people that make too much to qualify for the limited affordable housing programs that we run, but they don't make enough to pay the mortgage or to buy a home or to build one. These are our teachers and our firefighters and the folks that we need for our communities to be successful. So that's who we're targeting through this MIH program. 33 of those 48 applications also applied for the Kansas Housing Investor Tax Credit. So we're trying to leverage these resources together to get the housing built as quickly as possible. We ended up getting requests for $26 million for our first $5 million RFP, which speaks well. It speaks well that we got the word out. It speaks well that our community partners and our legislators all let their constituents know that we've got these new resources, but it shows that there is a humongous urgency and need for these resources, and we're getting them out the door. Again, I'll be sending the PowerPoint after this presentation, but there's a list of applications we received on our website. We want to be as transparent as possible so that you can see who applied under this first round. I understand from my development team that we'll be making the funding decisions and announcement, I think, by tomorrow for the first round. So we're very close, and I'm excited, but definitely be watching on our website for that announcement. The next application round actually opens this month. We've got that round due in January. The benefit of having all of these additional resources is that rather than make a community wait for a year, if they're not successful in applying the first time, every 4 months, those communities can keep coming back to us. Our team can help them get their application stronger. Just wanted to kind of show you a visual of the number of applications that we've received the last couple of years under this program and the amount of money requested. It is just growing exponentially, and that's because of the investment that you all have made, and we're so appreciative. Here's a little visual of the applications that we received this first round. The communities in dark blue actually had 2 applications. The communities in light blue had 1. Again, this program is by statute limited to communities, cities or counties under 60,000 population. So we feel like we have great geographic distribution around the state and are looking forward to getting this first round awarded. I know I'm flying through everything, and I'll kind of wrap up my comments and definitely want to field your questions. But as far as the Kansas Housing Investor Tax Credit, again, that's that $13 million tax credit that you all funded that will be able to provide financing for housing development activities for qualified investments. When we received that resource, we've had meetings with the Department of Commerce, the Insurance Department, the Department of Revenue. We want to make sure that all the back-end processes are set up with our funding partners. We had an expedited first round. We recognized when we were having those public hearings and originally proposed to award the credits in January or later, that we needed to do it this calendar year because the urgency was so high. So we heard our constituents, and we've released this first expedited round. We've had webinars through our moderate income housing program contact list, as well as a developer network. The final RFP was released in September. We had another webinar, and then in October, the applications were due. I had a great turnout and strong demand. We had 40 applications for this very first round, requesting $20 million, including for totaling 750 units of housing. And I'm always very purposeful to talk about homes here because you and I do a lot of talking about programs and we do a lot of talking about construction and housing, but in the end, we're talking about homes. These are where people live. And, you know, a healthy home is what ultimately makes our economy grow, and it makes for healthy families and neighborhoods. And we don't lose sight of that at our office, and I know you don't. But this first round award announcements will be in the coming weeks. So not only will we have our first round of MIH awardees announced hopefully this week, but by next month, we will have made our first tax credit awards. We're getting these dollars and new tax credits out the door well before the winter hits so that our developer teams have time to get the construction going in late winter, early spring. Again, I know I'm flying through everything, but I'm going to transition now to the next program, and that's that home loan guarantee for rural Kansas program. This one was a little bit tricky because it's a little out of the normal wheelhouse, but we have made great strides in getting it running. We had outreach presentations with HUD and with the Kansas Bankers Association. They've been fabulous partners for us. We formed an ad hoc work group because we want to make sure that we're balancing, you know, protecting the government funds, but also making sure that the program is successful for lenders and for the homeowners that we're going to be serving. So we've had the KBA, we've had the State Treasurer's Office, the Kansas Development Finance Authority, the Federal Home Loan Bank, Capital Federal, Credit Union Association, all of the key parties to make sure that the voices are heard and that we have a program that ultimately is going to be effective. Here's a map of the communities or counties that will be eligible. By statute, this particular program is limited to counties under 10,000 population. We have just about finalized all of our different policies and procedures and plans. We've got the website live. It just went live here a couple weeks ago. We've had great public webinars with really strong attendance, both from lenders and from the general public. This program will be launching on January 1st, or maybe the 2nd, I guess. So be watching for that. Please help us get the word out that this new loan guarantee will be available for rural communities. Last new program I want to talk about is the Affordable Housing Tax Credit Program. Again, this is the dollar for dollar match of the very successful federal low-income housing tax credit. Once we learned that we were going to have this new resource, we had meetings with Revenue and with Commerce and the Kansas Housing Association. We met with investors because we want to make sure that we're thinking through all the various aspects of this new program. We posted our draft qualified allocation plan in the summer, and we adopted that through an interactive process that involved several webinars and public hearings. The final qualified allocation plan was released in October, and the first applications are due in January. So we already have heard anecdotal stories of developers who have moved into our state that have put land contracts down, anticipating these additional resources. We're going to be able to do almost twice as many new allocations for our multifamily developments around the state. That's in rural and urban areas alike. We also will now be able to access the federal private activity bonds, which have been an untapped resource for our state for far too long. So we'll be able to utilize more of that federal resource to get housing built in your communities. So that's where we're at with the Affordable Housing Tax Credit. Finally, and again, I'll be sending the slides out. My contact information is up there. We've got a very active social media feed. Very much encourage you to join our different mailing lists. You can find out about our public hearings, about new resources and programs. And we'd love to continue to hear from you. And at this point, I'm happy to kind of field your questions.
Thank you, Ryan. Ryan, you just mentioned about this new program, the federal program. Is that a tax credit deal also?
Senator, you're referring to the new the housing tax credit program, right?
Yes.
I know I threw out a lot of programs. But...
Yeah, the last one you just talked about, you said something about federal participation.
I believe you're talking about the private activity bonds. So what that is the Department of Treasury every year allocates a certain, what they call volume cap of private activity bonds that are used for a variety of different state purposes. historically, we've never been able to utilize those as many as we'd like to for actual housing development because they're very intricate to make the economics work. It's difficult to do it except in very big communities like Johnson County. However, with this new state tax credit, we're going to be able to have additional equity to kind of close that development gap. So that will allow us to use more of the 4% tax credits as well as the private activity bonds that are available from Treasury. So in the end, it allows us to do more housing development and also use a federal resource that historically has been underutilized in the state.
Right. So is there a part of that, is that a tax credit at the federal level, or is it tax credit strictly state?
That's an excellent question, and these are such intricate programs, but we do have a 4% federal tax credit that we allocate through our office, but it actually is coupled with this private activity bond that's financed either by local municipalities or through the Kansas Development Finance Authority. And that's the world that we live in, is that, you know, there's such a big gap to be able to develop this housing and to ultimately have it serve low-income tenants or even moderate-income tenants for 30 years. Often these programs will cover about 2/3 of the development cost of the property, the projects. And because of that, you know, the housing gets built and then the properties are rent restricted for that 30-year period, which serves those lower-income Kansans that we all are trying to meet their housing needs.
So have you seen a drop in people's interest with the higher interest rates?
You know, we are seeing a drop on some of our programs, and there's an increased need on some of the programs. So it's kind of this two-way street that we're experiencing. For example, the first-time homebuyer program that we administer has actually seen a big uptick because all of a sudden the real estate market has slowed down, where before, you know, there were several cash offers available on a single-family home. And now buyers that are having to go through a couple of steps to participate in a federal program are able to now utilize that program and successfully compete for the home. However, on the multifamily developments, the challenge is, as we're having all these inflationary pressures, you know, we're having some of the developments that we awarded a year ago are having to come back to us. And they've got a gap now because they've seen lumber and construction costs and even labor costs go up, you know, 10, 15%. So we're trying to meet them in the middle. You know, we may be able to provide some additional resources, but we're also expecting those developers to take additional deferred fee. We're looking for other resources from communities. And so far, we've had good success. We've seen everybody meet in the middle to address that problem, but it's certainly not just a Kansas problem. That's a national issue that we're all struggling with.
The material cost of, I mean, in most cases have more than doubled. I mean, it depends on the items, but it's a tough situation. Representative Wolfmore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for all the good hard work you've done over the past year or two. We really appreciate it, or I do anyway. So I want to go back to the very beginning of your presentation. You talked about there were still emergency funds available for either renters or for the landlords that hold. If I was going to try and get that word out in my community a little bit, what website, what's the easiest way to take them to that, to give them greater information?
A great question, Representative. So I always encourage people to get on our website at ks.gov. Again, it's ks.gov. It's very user-friendly, and right at the very top, there's emergency resources for both tenants and for homeowners that are facing those types of very, very enormous challenges. I don't think any of us understood just what a big crisis that this pandemic caused on our state. You know, when we ran these programs that, you know, by statute, they were available until 2024, 2025, but the need was just overwhelming that we've seen. The good news is that we actually have the eviction rate in our state is now half of what it was before the pandemic. So during a worldwide pandemic, we were able to cut the number of evictions in our state in half. That's huge. And we also kept a lot of our landlords that were really struggling because of the eviction moratoriums. We've made them whole. Unfortunately, this one program has become the go-to for all of our society's housing needs, and it was never intended to be that way. And it's why we were able to get this much resource out the door so quickly. So I'm thankful we had it, but I also am ready for our team and for our partners to move towards a more holistic, long-term solution, because we all know that if we have safe, affordable homes that are just available throughout the state, then if somebody loses work hours, or they have to stay home to take care of a kid suddenly, or they have an unexpected medical expense, then that hopefully won't immediately make them behind on their rent or their mortgage. These types of long-term solutions are definitely to the benefit of our stakeholders and our state as well.
And just, so how much did you say was left in that fund still? I think,
So currently, the CARA program, and that's the one that serves renters, is actually fully subscribed. So we're still accepting applications, but at this point, unless we receive reallocated funds from Treasury,
Okay.
we won't be able to
I
assist.
misunderstood that. Is there still money available for the landlords?
So not for the landlords, but for our CAF program, which is the foreclosure prevention. So if you've got homeowners, or if you're aware of people that are behind on their property taxes
Got it, okay.
and are facing foreclosure, then we're able to assist with that particular need.
You still have funds available for that?
We do.
And that is also under the emergency resources portion of the website?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Waymaster.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you, Ryan.
Good to see you too.
Back on, I don't know, there's not a slide number, but on the moderate income housing, the yellow, blue map that you showed.
Oh, I'm sorry, I guess they took this down, but I've got it up.
And I was to make sure, on this particular slide, you said this was only for counties of less than 60,000 population?
That's correct. So our moderate income housing program is only actually available to rural communities, and that's defined as 60,000 or less.
But Wyandotte submitted an application.
So with that particular application, it's actually cities or counties within.
Cities or counties, okay.
So if it's a area outside of Kansas City, Kansas, then it would be eligible for the program.
I just want to have that clarified, because I
Good
was
question.
looking at that and I was like, well, it's under 60,000 and Wyandotte submitted one, so.
Yeah.
Okay. And then on the home loan guarantee for rural Kansas, you said that program is going to be launching probably January 2nd?
That's correct.
And I'm just kind of intrigued to see what is the outreach. Have we partnered with the banks and, well, obviously with the Kansas Bankers Association, but are we going to have like some material in those rural banks where the individuals that are looking to possibly get a mortgage or renovate or build a home, they know about the program?
Great question. We're excited. We've really gotten wonderful participation from not just the KBA, but the Credit Union Association. We've had good partnerships throughout with our nonprofit communities. We've done webinars with the League of Municipalities, the Association of Counties, trying to get the word out on this new resource. There will be flyers and marketing and outreach for the program. It's, now that we've got the website finalized and the program itself down. But in full disclosure, this is a $2 million program, so we anticipate it going very quickly. It's kind of we're viewing it as a pilot program, because if you do the math, $2 million possibly going up to a $100,000 loan guarantee is not going to be that many home loans. So we've struggled with exactly how to do that, where we're being equitable, but we're also making sure that this resource is out the door quickly and that we can kind of work out any snags. But there will be outreach to individual banks and credit unions so that folks are aware that this is out there. And we think the Realtor Association will be a natural partner with this. And yeah, we've been really pleased with the amount of partner organizations that have been a part.
All right. That's all the question I have. Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ryan, always good to see you.
See you, Senator.
Of course, I can't let a meeting get away without me asking a PAB question on the private activity bond. So good to hear that because of circumstances, both legislative action, federal tax credit, and those state tax credits, that we're more likely to be able to use that. I'm trying to remember how much the feds give us the authority to bond on that. Isn't it about 300 or 400 million?
I believe it's right over 300 million right now, Senator.
So, and do you think that the higher interest rates will actually make that more likely to be a resource that would be used, particularly in beginning home buyers, et cetera?
Yeah, that's kind of an intriguing question, because on the single family side, I think it will. All of a sudden, this federal program will be much more feasible economically. And, as interest rates are going up, then home buyers are going to be much more interested in finding out about this program that currently is administered by Sedgwick and Shawnee County. However, on the multifamily side, that gap increases as all the inflationary pressure is on the development costs. However, we will have several different resources now to leverage. So it's kind of a mixed bag, but I definitely think, all things being equal, we'll be using a lot more bond cap than we have historically, and that's all a benefit for our state and for the development community.
It seems like when we first talked about this a few years ago, we thought we needed the state to have about $20 million available for that. Is that sort of what we've done with some of the tax credits and the programs that we've had? Do we have that amount of money, or is it a different amount now?
So I think you're referring to the single-family program, and the challenge with that one is that not only would it require some statutory changes, but Rebecca Floyd at Kansas Development Finance Authority had said that it would need some seed money to actually fund the startup of that program. As far as the multifamily programs that we administer at Kansas Housing, we are able to utilize these new resources to kind of get this development going. So I think that we'll need to be monitoring the amount of private activity bond cap that we're using. One of the things that we've done in our qualified allocation plan is to actually start to have it, while it's not a competitive process to get those bonds and 4% credits, we now have rounds where we won't award more than $90 million every 4 months. And that's just to make sure that we're being aware of how much private activity bonds are ultimately getting issued. Because what we don't want to have happen is to go from underutilizing the bonds to using all of the bonds all at once, and they wouldn't be available for other purposes, or they could have a long-term fiscal impact on the state treasury. So when we created the tax credit, we've had those conversations that every dollar of bond also has these 4% credits, which will have an impact on the treasury. However, of course, economic development comes with housing. So we all know not only the startup, the cost of the actual construction and the jobs, but if your employer base can grow and you've got more employers moving in that are paying more taxes, it's going to offset the cost of the 4% tax credits to the state. So throwing out a lot of programs, a lot of numbers, but all things that we're on top of, and I look forward to updating you on at the session.
Well, I want to jump on to comments of the rest of the committee. I certainly appreciate the things that your KHRC, you and your staff have been able to do for the citizens of Kansas. That a few years ago, when we first started talking about this, I had no idea we would be able to bring to bear the kinds of resources we have to address this. And there's a lot more to be done, and I just applaud you and your agency for being able to keep this ball rolling. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. We have a great team.
Representative Wolfmore.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up, Representative Boymaster asked a very good question. Wyandotte County, of course, Kansas City, Kansas would be out of the running because they're well above the 60,000 mark, although Bonner Springs has a population of about 7,800 and Edwardsville about 4,600. So they would be excellent people to be recipients of this. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Ryan. Appreciate you being here today.
Thank you all, and I look forward to seeing you during the session.
Committee, I hope you've all had a chance to look at your minutes and recognize Representative Waymaster.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move that we approve the minutes from the November 16th, 2022 meeting.
We have a motion. We have a second. Senator Hawk seconds. Any questions, discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next, we will have funding from the bipartisan infrastructure law for wildfires. And we'll have Jason Hartman, State Forester at the Kansas Forest Services. Jason, welcome committee.
Better now? Okay, my apologies, Chairman. Again, thank you for letting me be here. Committee members, appreciate the invitation. Jason Harmon, State Forester, Kansas Forest Service. We were asked to come and give you some information about the Community Wildfire Defense Grant Program that is a part of the bipartisan infrastructure law. I understand you have a copy of my written testimony. I'll just summarize that and then stand for questions. So this program was established, again, through the bipartisan infrastructure law, with the legislative intent to provide assistance with planning and preparing for wildfires to at-risk communities. It was about $1 billion was allocated in two larger pools, so $500 million in those two larger pools to be allocated over 5 years. It is divided up into both administrative funds for state and federal wildland fire forestry agencies to administer the program, with the rest being competitively awarded to local communities and tribes for implementation of actions to reduce wildfire risk. The program has two broad eligibility pools, two main project types, and then various eligibility criteria. The two large eligibility pools are those communities that fall under a roofing ordinance to have a wildfire-resistant roofing required, and those that do not. So that's the two broad things. The two program areas are to develop what's called a community wildfire protection plan, which is a collaborative plan that is written with stakeholder input, expertise from wildfire experts to assess, plan, and then develop plans for reducing wildfire risk. The other program area is to, with a current CWPP in place, to implement the actions in that plan, which could be anything from prescribed fires to fuels reduction through mechanical reduction, chemical treatments, things like that. The eligibility is first two broad criteria. The first being that the community in question or communities need to be defined as at risk through either the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Interior, or a state risk assessment, state or local or federal risk assessment. The other one being that the funds are only eligible to local, county, state, tribal, and nonprofit entities, so federal government entities and commercial entities are not eligible to apply for the competitive funds. And then the eligibility criteria, additionally to that, there's a few that are specific to each program type. So for example, for the CWPP development, you have to be, you get extra points for either type, for either type, development or implementation. There's extra criteria points given for being, having had a previous disaster, something like that. And then a specific to the implementation type is the implementation being described must be in a CWPP that is not more than 10 years old. So in July of 2022 is when the Kansas Forest Service was notified by the U.S. Forest Service that we would receive some of the administrative funds to develop a program where we would outreach to communities, fire departments in Kansas, let them know about this program, let them know we're here to help them develop the applications and just what exactly it's about, what a CWPP is about. That's what the administrative funds were for. To date, we've used those to bring on additional staff to help us do that outreach, to partner with Kansas State University to make a plan for administering the grant funds should they be awarded. And also we're seeking an internal to the Forest Service grant specialist as well. We did the outreach through a variety of social media, press release, and direct contact to the fire department partners that we at the Kansas Forest Service serve. Then followed up with in-person meetings at the request of those local jurisdictions when they got the notice and said, we'd like to learn more, come meet with us. We held several such meetings around the state that in the end, even though we only had about 2 months to go from announcement of, hey, develop this program to have your applications in, we were submitted 3 applications from Kansas, and there are 3 additional communities that want to. They were like, sounds great, we want to do it. It was just too fast this year, we'll look at next year. So we're hopeful those will be successful next year. And we're also going to start looking for opportunities there's a few CWPPs in place in Kansas that we can use to do an implementation project. So we're going to start looking at those to see if next year we can also do an implementation grant application rather than just the development grant. We secured a contractor who's willing to work with Kansas communities to write CWPPs should those applications be successful. And we also just wanted to mention that we're excited that this program came with the opportunity for us to develop the administrative end of it. A lot of times, funds like this in the past have not given us that opportunity. The U.S. Forest Service kind of does all that. We're just given the applications. We send it out, and communities have to submit it. So we were happy to have the funding provided where we could develop a program to outreach and to mentor and to assist communities with the application process. And that was a nice benefit to this. We haven't had, compared to our western neighbors, the success we'd like to see with this kind of program here in Kansas. So we're really optimistic that this will be a change to that past frustration. And yeah, now hopefully that summarized it well, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I appreciate the invitation, Mr. Chairman, and would stand for questions.
Thank you, Jason. Questions? Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jason, you and I had an email exchange about a quote that came out, I think maybe it was from KDOT, about you getting $25 million. And I think maybe some of us on this committee got that. Could you clarify what that was and how that relates to your CWPP and the other potential grant things?
I'd be happy to, Senator.
Thank you.
To the extent that I guess clarify that with I can't speak for my colleagues in the Department of Transportation of where they got that number from exactly, but I can say that to my knowledge, the U.S. Forest Service has not given my office any direct notice that we're going to get $25 million. So my best guess would be when you take the CWDG program, the $1 billion split into two $500 million pools. There was another program, the comprehensive risk reduction strategy, that was another, I think, remember the numbers on that? It was another extremely large number but we've since found out that those dollars are focused on states partnering with U.S. Forest Service lands combined. So the projects overlap those boundaries, which here in Kansas, we only have the Cimarron National Grasslands would be the only eligible lands for that program. So those funds, and the best assumption I could make is all that was added up, divided by 50 and came to 25. But like I said, I've not been given direct information from U.S. Forest Service that Kansas will be getting $25 million directly in any form.
Thanks for that clarification. I was only excited about that for about 30 seconds, and then I said, that seems like a bit, not that we couldn't use that money.
We would do our best, sir.
But that it looks like you have a much more solid, realistic plan going with the dollars that you are getting. So thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Jason. Appreciate you being here today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, committee.
Next, we'll have a federal cybersecurity grant program. Jeff Maxon, Chief Information Security Officer for the Kansas Information Security Office on Zoom. Are you there, Jeff?
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee.
We're not hearing you very well. Try it again.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee. Jeff Maxon, State of Kansas Chief Information Security Officer.
Good, we got you now. Thank you.
All right. Pulling up my slides. All right, well, I appreciate the invite today. Today I'm going to talk about the state and local cybersecurity grant program that came from the infrastructure bill. They allocated approximately $1 billion across a 4-year program. and split it up amongst the 50 states and territories. So 4 territories and also a component for the tribes as well. So thank you for advancing the slides. So the notice of funding that came out for this fiscal year, or federal fiscal year, which was 2022, which is actually passed. So we are now in federal fiscal year 23. With the NOFO is really September 16th for this program for this first year. And so the first year allocation was $2.8 million for federal year, fiscal year 2022. And so the way this grant program is structured is a sliding scale of allocations between these 4 years. The first year, I believe, was 200 million spread across all the states and territories. Next year will be 400 million, and then it'll start scaling back down to 300 million and then 100 million respectively. Along with that, there's a sliding cost share that is required for each year. So this first fiscal year, the cost share is 10% that we'll have to match, and then it goes up to 20, 30, 40 each subsequent year. So a couple of the caveats with the cost share is that you can't use any federal funds to do that cost match, and the cost match is also applied at each individual project. So the way this grant was also written is all eligible entities are basically public entities within Kansas. So that's approximately over 1,000 entities are eligible for this grant program here in the state of Kansas. So a couple of the key requirements out of the notice of funding was that the state needed to develop a comprehensive cybersecurity plan, which includes all jurisdictions, and we'll be submitting one cybersecurity plan from the state of Kansas to FEMA and DHS. And what they really wanted to look at with these plans is, again, taking a big picture look at where the state is. And when I say state, I'm talking all of Kansas, not just state of Kansas government specifically, but cities, counties, school districts, rural water districts, municipal transit authorities, airport authorities. All these are eligible entities, but kind of looking at that across the board. And what kind of gaps we may have and how can we advance cybersecurity. So really that holistic approach, putting into the plan. And this was actually one of the recommendations that came out of the Governor's Cybersecurity Task Force last year, was to develop some sort of plan and do some sort of gap assessment. So this is actually kind of falling in line with efforts that we had to develop a plan for the state of Kansas. And this is actually going to be a way we can fund that effort. One of the things that the federal government is looking for is when we go through this process and start identifying individual projects, looking at ways where these are focused in terms of leveraging scales of economy and making them sustainable over time. The reality is, federal grant programs are not going to be around possibly after these 4 years for cybersecurity specifically. So we want to look at investments that we can sustain as a state or through the municipal levels and county levels, et cetera. So one of the other requirements that we had to do is create a planning committee for the state of Kansas. And so that planning committee is really kind of the ones that will be helping build the cybersecurity plan and then going through and approving individual projects that get submitted to the plan. So we are working on the process of how entities can submit projects to the state and this planning committee for approval. That is something we'll be working through this first fiscal year of the funding and what that looks like. And also looking at opportunities and how the state can be kind of a leader, a service provider to help out the localities. Again, they're kind of trying to look at it from one point where they can enter into a larger area and have kind of one coordinating body as well. And so they're kind of looking at states to kind of take the lead in those areas as well. So one of the other caveats that they have put in this grant is for any recipient that is receiving this grant, they need to enroll in several federal programs through DHS and their CISA, Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency. They provide several cybersecurity services at no cost. One of them is a cyber hygiene, where they will scan organizations' public infrastructure to look for vulnerabilities and report those back to the agency. And then also the entity needs to perform what they call the National Cybersecurity Review Self-Assessment, which is a self-assessment of their cybersecurity program. So a couple requirements that the feds have put into this, and the state on top of that cannot add any additional requirements of people applying for this grant as well. Next slide, please. All right, so where we are from Kansas perspective, so the NOFO came out September 16th. We had to have our initial application into the federal government last week, and we have done that. So the state of Kansas did submit to apply for these funds, and so we'll be working through that. So the state of Kansas as well has created a collective planning committee through some of our existing structures where we are bringing in public education, city and local representation, city, counties, school district, higher education, public health, as well as some various key stakeholders at the state level, including a representative from the Attorney General, Adjutant General, KBI, Secretary of State, my office as well as kind of some of those players in that space to help this planning committee as well. So the planning committee has approved to use this funding to develop the first cybersecurity plan. Again, this is required before we can accept any individual application. So the state has to build this comprehensive plan and submit it to DHS and FEMA by September 2023. And so we have about a year to do this. And so we're looking at using those initial funds to start that process, build that plan. Hopefully we do have some left over once the plan is built where we can then begin accepting individual projects. But at this point, the guidance from the NOFO is that until we have this plan in place and we've identified gaps where this grant funding can help close those gaps, we have to work on this plan. So we cannot accept those individual projects. And then when we do start beginning the process to accept individual projects, they need to align with that statewide plan and be closing identified gaps in that statewide plan. So as we're seeing this as a real opportunity to kind of get that roadmap for Kansas with our cities and municipality or cities, counties, school districts, and kind of where we can start making some strategic investments to help Kansas as a whole better prepare ourselves for those cyber attacks, which we know are not slowing down in any form or fashion. So we see this as a great opportunity to really set a good path for the future as well. So next slide. So one of the other pieces we're trying to talk about as we're going through and working with partners in the space is really that there are some other opportunities within the infrastructure bill to apply funds towards cybersecurity. So there are some specific call outs, I believe through like the Department of Energy for some of these local electric municipalities to apply some of the funds from that grant area towards cybersecurity, or any place we're seeing where an organization may be taking up in a modernization effort, where it's a water treatment plant, et cetera, facility upgrades, things like that, where they should explicitly call out cybersecurity and use some of that funding. So that has been something that they had mentioned as a possibility within the bill. We're encouraging organizations to definitely look at that. Don't leave the cybersecurity piece out when you're going through upgrades. Cyber is touching everything. We're introducing new information technology into these components, into HVAC systems, things like that. So make sure we're getting that cybersecurity concerns addressed up front and part of those initial projects. So that is something we were talking about as well. And as we're going through this space, we are engaging organizations that facilitate collaboration. So working with the League of Municipalities, the Kansas Association of Counties, we'll be working with the Department of Education to get further input from school districts. There is a organization out there called GMIS, which is kind of a coalition of local city and county IT officials that meet regularly, and we've been starting to get involved with that at the state level to just start building those roads of partnerships as well. So we are working. We want everybody to participate. That is probably going to be one of our biggest challenges, is trying to get all the input and feedback and getting people to participate. But when we start going through that to build a plan, we do want to see people contributing to that and providing input so we can get the best information to put the best plan forward for the state of Kansas. And so with that, I will stand for questions.
Thank you, Jeff. I guess one question I'd have is, when do you anticipate having your committee approval and ready for a submission of a plan? It says September, but what kind of date are you shooting for?
I am shooting for hopefully the summertime to get something done in place summertime to try and align also with the state fiscal year best as possible, so we can start again those planning processes and hopefully afford some leeway to get some local entities time to submit individual projects as well. So ideally, that's my time frame.
So your committee, how often are you meeting?
Right now, we've met so far in just that 3-week window. I'm trying to do the math. 6-week window, we met 4 times from the notice of funding to submitting the application. So we met met a handful of times to get things going. Everybody is committed, so we'll hopefully get going pretty quickly. We'll be looking to possibly bring on a vendor to assist us in building that plan as well.
Good. Other questions? Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jeff, I'm detecting that this is largely cybersecurity for state and local governments. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
What relationship will we have for some of the other statewide things that could affect us greatly, like the grid, transmission, rural telecoms, rural electrics, et cetera?
Yes.
Are they part of the equation?
Yeah, if they're considered a public entity, so the local municipal power utilities would be technically eligible. So there are some carve outs in some of the bill funding for those specific different sectors of critical infrastructure where they can they have their own line for some specific cybersecurity funding for that as well for their modernization. So, as we talk about, I know broadband talked earlier, is we're partnering with them to make sure that broadband is considering some of those cyber requirements. The power utilities, as they work with Department of Energy, have some more cyber requirements as well. But this funding is purely for things that are defined as a public entity, such as city, county, school district, higher education, some of the rural water utilities, water districts, things like that qualify as public entities.
But it wouldn't probably impact the transmission companies, Southwest Power Pool, or our IOU utilities. Is that right?
No, sir, not the specific one, no.
Thank you.
Other pieces of the bill would cover that, though, I believe.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you a lot, Jeff. Appreciate you being here today.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, members of the committee, Chairman. Appreciate it.
Committee, in your folder, I'll point out we had some additional information from our last meeting. There's a couple of sheets in there for you. And I wanted to see how the 19th of December would work on everyone's schedule for our next budget meeting. Okay, the vice chair is good with it. How about you other guys? You look at your calendar, you look good? Okay. How about yours, Sean? I don't know if Kyle will be back maybe. Well, if not, would that work for you?
I'm Kyle's replacement today. So.
Thank you. We appreciate having you. So committee, I think we'll put, work for you, Tom?
I've changed the appointment.
Okay, so we'll just tentatively put the 19th of December for our next meeting. Also, I guess I pointed out the other, so I guess that's it. Are there any other business come before the committee? Seeing none, with that, we are adjourned.